Hi guys, I'm Calamity Joe. Welcome back to a new Minecraft YouTube live stream on the Calamity Joe YouTube channel. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. The stream is in the Discord server now. And welcome. Hello Sir Edward Baudelaire. And hello Egg. Welcome to the stream. It's a live episode of Mindmas. It's a live episode of Mindmas, so we'll build some snowy thing today. We're going to build something snow related. So, I want to first of all welcome everybody straight to this stream. How is everybody on this stream right now? Only 2 of us right now, but more will come. More will come. I'm going to go and get some snow. I've got an idea of a first little build that we can build today. So, I'm a bit nervous to act streaming now. To actually start streaming now. Why are you nervous? Out of curiosity, is that because of like stage fright or? Hella stage fright. Well, I wouldn't get drawn up in stage fright because if you're streaming, initially you can just not look at the live chat. You could not just look at the live chat. Sometimes I could do this right now. I could actually be reading my own book right now, not even looking at the live stream. So, for example, right now I don't even know what any of you guys have just put on that stream. I don't know what any of you guys have put in the stream because I'm looking at a book that I'm working on. But I'm going to go to the live stream again. But there's other ways you can mitigate that. There's other ways you can mitigate that nervousness. If you're scared of it, you know, practice it in the mirror. So, I've never said, hey guys, I'm Calamity Joe, welcome back to the stream in the mirror. What is my luck though for the channel memberships? But it is pot luck though. It is pot luck. So, you know, some people are lucky, some people aren't. You had luck on one channel. Unfortunately for you, you didn't have luck on my channel. If you get what I mean. It pretty much is just pot luck. I've got a build idea, guys, and I need to head down this. Let's head down this flight of stairs, and then go to this place. We're gonna go to this staircase here. We're gonna go to this one, then to this one, then to this one, then down to this one, and then into here. What are like the member ranks? The member ranks are Premier League, the ranks are League 1, Championship and Premier League. So Premier League is basically, Premier League gives you access to a Minecraft realm. Championship gives you access to stuff like members only streams. And early access to my YouTube videos. So if I did that, for example, if I did that, I could upload say I upload a video for Saturday. You guys who are channel members can see it like 24 hours early or something like that. If you wanted to, if you wanted to, Egg, you could actually just stream on that realm. You could stream on that realm. Like, I've already told other people that you guys can do that. You could stream on that realm. It'd be a cool perspective. I'm just quickly going to check this live stream. 15 of you have watched this stream straight away. Wow. Yeah. Guys, I have a video out. I have a video out in 10 minutes. I have a Throwback Thursday episode coming out in 10 minutes. I shot Lego Batman the video game, I shot the second level. Hello, Calamity Lord Official. Welcome to the stream. Shit, the bed, guys. I've come the wrong way. I've come the wrong way. It's about to become night time, so I'm gonna... We don't have a bed in there, but we do have a bed in here. I've come the wrong way. Now it's 3. Yeah, now it's 10. It's incredible. Thank you to the people who subscribed. Second I get my laptop, I think vertical streams will come though. You can do that with OBS. If you have OBS, which is like a streaming software, you can, and if you have OBS, yeah, you can switch it to vertical. Can you do a happy face? I can do that in a minute, Carlos, which we did that a few weeks ago. We did that, Carlos, a few weeks ago. We did that a few weeks ago when you commented that. I'll go back to it in a second because I need to go back that way. Is there a stream or is this a stream? This is a live stream, but I've got a premiere coming out in about 10 minutes because I've got a video coming out. Hello, Subspace Trip Mind Commentator. Welcome to the stream. I don't know, what is A Dawn of Planets? It's a book. It's a book. It's a novel that I wrote, said with Baudelaire. The Dawn of Planets is a science fiction novel series that it's a science fiction series that I've wrote. Dawn of Planets is a science fiction series that I have wrote. It follows Agent 1, the main character. It follows Agent 1 on his path from, you know, lucky agent to the greatest military soldier of all time. It follows Agent 1 from his from his like early days to his later days. Can I post a meme in the community? Of course you can. You don't have to ask me to do that. Yeah, so yeah, that's what it's about. It's about, can you explore and can I explore construction? Can I right. Hello, Zen Shadows DC2. Welcome to the stream. Boo. Boo 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 boo. There we go. So, yes, I got an idea of a build to do. Don't know where I'm going to put it. Shadow, I don't know the minute of time. Yeah, sometimes, but what I mean, Shadow, is I sometimes will just read out people's names. I'll read out people's YouTube names 100% sometimes. Let me just look at something a second. Right. I'm going to need a stack of blocks. Do we have any blocks in here? We have some iron. That will be useful enough for us right now. Shadow is taken. Yeah. There we go. So, we're thinking about building something cool. So, Here we go. Perfect. We created a snow heart. That was the aim. Do you think we can Do you think we can get a nether in there? There we go. Perfect. I'm live for the first time. Cool. What are you doing, Meg? Are you doing commentary with it, or? As a suggestion though, Egg, it might be worth you doing that. If you do commentary, people that do commentary tend to do a lot better channel wise. Hold on a minute. Here we go. In fact, you're exactly near where I am, Egg, to be honest. Where I am on the non-realm copy of this world, you're near where I am. Here we go. What do you think? What do you guys think? So we got enough. How much snow do we use here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've got enough to make one more. Did my armor break? No, I just don't have it on. I don't have it on because I'm sort of in peaceful mode right now. I don't have it on because I'm sort of in peaceful mode right now. Concord. Good plane. Well, it was a good plane. It was a good plane until it decided to crash on the runway. Hello, Max. Welcome to the stream. Right, let's just quickly go break this snow. Sorry, break this. We're gonna go up. Yeah. I have just promoted your stream in my my Discord server, because you can promote it in there. So there we go. We got our hearts. We got our ice hearts. So while we've been doing this, guys, we've just been building what over the last couple of years. We've just been building whatever comes to our head. You remind me of Stampy. Cool. I drew inspiration from him and a few other YouTubers. Yeah. So thank you. But yeah, so thank you to the people who've subscribed. As it stands, with 13 subscribers, build a giant Concord. Thanks for the promotion. You're a goat. You want to build a big project? Well, I've already got a big project that I want to build. I want to build a gingerbread house. But unfortunately, we might have to wait on the gingerbread house because we do not have any space to build the gingerbread house. Like, guys, I really, really love this terrain here. I really love this terrain here, but I think this terrain here might have to go. Yes, something bigger. Cool. I think, well, that terrain there might have to go for me to be able to build the gingerbread house. Build a Boeing 777. Beastland? What's Beastland? Right, so I'm gonna go and Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, I don't really watch him anymore, guys. Like I think he got boring. I think his content got boring, but in my opinion, but that's because everything he was doing started to look more like films, and then I think it took it away from what YouTube really was. And with him, I think his content became too much like a film each time, to the point that it took it away from what YouTube really was. YouTube used to be about just filming yourself, having fun. And now you've got YouTubers that are spending hundreds of thousands of pounds on YouTube videos, millions of pounds on YouTube videos. I'm like, it takes it away from what YouTube really was. Is Stampy's Lovely Word legitimate? No. Stampy's Lovely Word wasn't legitimate. All these people, a lot of people don't realise that, but yes, Stampy was not legitimate. Yeah, Stampy's Lovely Word wasn't legitimate. Stampy, towards the end of his time on Legacy Console Edition, he his word was basically creative. His word was creative. All the blocks, all the buildings were planned in creative. All the builds were planned in creative, which I do that on my ideas world. But basically, he get all the blocks that he needed. All the blocks that he needed, he gathered in creative. All the blocks that he needed, he gathered in creative, and then when he went to his teleporter, that he would normally edit the bit out where he flew, and on one particular morning he forgot to upload the right clip, and it was a video of basically he forgot to cut the bits where he flew over and grabbed more blocks from creative. Hello, the Emerald, welcome back. Right. Chat is blocked. Yeah, chat's not blocked. Thank you to the people who subscribed. We're aiming to hit 8k by my birthday. I don't even know what the redstone sound wave was. The emerald. You said to me build a sound wave, a sand wave. I'm like, I don't know what that is. Happy holiday. Oh, thank you. Hello, Gordy. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Yeah, guys. So we're aiming to hit 8k by my birthday, guys. But I don't know what a redstone sound wave is. Back because YouTube kicked me for no reason. Interesting. That's bizarre. Because these saplings aren't doing anything, I'm gonna grab them. Why is your game lagging? My game isn't lagging. I think it might be your it might be the stream. But yeah, my game's yeah, that would be the stream. It wouldn't be my game. It's not going to be my game lagging because my game doesn't lag, but it might be the stream because sometimes the stream lags. You need bone meal for it to work. Yeah, but they grow naturally, Gordy. They grow naturally. The trees, those trees grow naturally too. So one of them's already grown. The trees grow naturally. Yeah, I think it's this. I think it was his stream. Yeah, those you don't need bone meal for saplings. You only need bone meal if you want them to grow quickly. But actual it just takes longer to grow. Put on a happy face if everything is okay. Everything is okay. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of the team. Everything is awesome. So, guys, that is a song. Yeah, yeah, it's from the Lego Movie. Muffin time. I'm afraid I've finished all my chocolate muffins that was in my cup in my thing. So it's not muffin time because I finished all 16 chocolate muffins that was in my in a box under my desk. It's a cake. A muffin is basically a cake. It's basically a small cake. You're going to explode in 2026. I think Roblox is getting boring. Well, I've never played it because I just don't like the game. I don't like Roblox. No, muffin is a cupcake without icing. Well, no. Let's look at the difference because a cupcake's got some ice in it, I think. Here, muffins are denser. Here, muffins are denser. Quick breads often mixed in with fruits or nuts, whereas cupcakes are lighter, sweeter, with cream and butter. Yeah, muffins are denser; they're thicker than a cupcake is. That's the difference between them. You like Minecraft too? Cool. Right. I've got a brilliant job for us to do. We are going to free up some chest space here by taking this stone home with us. And we can take it to the secret little stone room. There we go. Perfect. Oh, let's leave that snow blocks here. Hold on. Do I still have that iron on me? I must have put it down. I'm not sure where I put it, but I could have done that. I can't build statues, the emerald. I'm really bad at building statues. But the whole point of this stone is I'm going to take it back because there'll be a big project that I want to build soon. I'm starting to quit Roblox. Cool. Yeah, I can't build statues. Well, I can build statues like I've built a gold throne. But everyone wants me to build a thing in my skin, and I'm terrible at building statues. I can't build things at random, guys. Well, I can build things at random if I got an idea of what I want to build. I'm trying to go live. Cool. How about creative mode? Well, this is survival mode. Everything in here is survival. This world has always been survival. I have done a copy of my world and make it multiplayer. I've done it for channel. I've done it as a realm for channel members. So basically, people who pay for the Premier League channel membership tier get access to a free realm. Tell me the seed. If you put this seed into Bedrock, it won't work. If you put this seed into Bedrock, it won't work. Or the server. I can't do that because it's only for channel members. It's only for channel members, so I can't do that. They don't subspace trip mine. They don't. They ban people that stand up against them on certain policies. Here we go. This is the stone room. Can you join the multiplayer world? I can't because I'm on legacy. But yeah, I can't just give out the realm for free, guys, because it's unfair on the people that have bought the channel membership. I don't think people understand that, you know, things do cost money, and I can't, if giving the channel membership out for free would end up costing me, it would cost me a fortune. So the channel membership scheme sort of covers the costs. It covers the costs of it. Let's go back and go. Are you gonna miss out on what? I know I heard you before. Yeah, it's like I've had a few people ask me that in recent days, and at least, yeah, fair play to you though, the Emerald. You took that really well. That I can't make it free, because another person who was in my Discord server just could not understand that why. There was a person in my Discord server. I think he's like in his mid to late 20s. He just could not grasp why I didn't make it free. But fair play to you though for understanding, because this other guy, he just would not understand. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm gonna go and get some dinner, guys. I'll be back in a second. Yeah, the guy. I would say the guy was immature. But yeah, he was trying to he was giving me a trillion ways to justify why he deserves it for free, but it would be so unfair on people that have generally paid for it. Like, it would have been so unfair, and I think the guy's got this complex where basically he thinks that the rules don't apply. I said I would feel really bad for other people that had paid for it if he tried to get in for free. I was worried that guy was going to hound another person that had actually paid for it for the code. I was really worried that was going to happen. I am going to go and get dinner, guys. I'll be back in a second. I'm back. Lego, yeah. Lego. I'm back. Where's the oh, sorry, I put my controller down. Oh, pardon me. I do apologise. Yeah, I went to go and get dinner. I was just reading something. It's 40 years. In next year, it's 52 years or something since I was reading something this morning about what happened on this day 50 odd years ago. 50 odd years ago, the Princess Anne, Queen Elizabeth II's daughter, had an attempted kidnapping, and when the guy got in her car and said get out, she said the words "not bloody likely," and it's famous. It's a famous quote because the member of the royal family told a guy at gunpoint after he claimed that she'd have to be obedient. She responded with the words "not bloody likely." Fair play. You know, not many people would have the nerve and prowess to turn around and say that at gunpoint. Especially at gunpoint. Right, so I'm back here. I've came back here with some stuff. So I have got some coal, which I can loop into this chest. 38. 38 of that, 6 of that. Perfect! Oh, it's cold. It's gone really cold. What is the temperature? There's no way it's 12 degrees. It feels like -2. Ha 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 ha. There we go. Come on. There's no way it's 12 degrees. It does feel like -2. Boom. So, good guys. Lego that Lego Batman video coming out then, but basically was something to, well, it was something to watch when I went AFK for dinner. Oh, my foot's itchy. Ow. There we go. So that was something to watch while I was AFK, which is pretty, I suppose that was a good idea then. There we go. So it's hard not to get bored. I got a way that you could turn around and not make it boring though. If imagine start building what people say in the comment section. You're never gonna get bored then because you don't know what you're gonna get asked each time. Like literally, if I go into my friend's realm, I built a submarine, so he built a cockboat. He built a boat that looks like a dick. That Lego gameplay is the best. Thanks. I've already filmed the rest of that whole game. I've already filmed the rest of that whole game, apart from the penguin levels, the penguin game, Power Crazy Penguin. I've already finished that game, but then I've got to do episode 3, Joker's Return. I've got to do the one with the Joker in, which I will probably film that later tonight because Everton aren't on till a Saturday. I don't actually think Everton are on the telly this week. No, they're not. But Everton are on at 8 o'clock on Saturday the 20th. Everton aren't. I hope Everton win. If Everton win, that would be amazing. If Everton win or draw, that would be amazing. We would have 25 points from 16 games, which this is Everton's best start in 5 years. This is one of Everton's best starts in the last 20 years, which is really good. Only 3 times in the last 20 years has Everton had 24 points after 15 games. Or more than that. So that's pretty good. I'm really happy. Everton's start this season has been pretty good. Everton start this season has been the best start in. It's been one of the best starts that they've had in the last 20 years, which is pretty good, guys. Which is pretty good. I would like to. I want to build some house, some snow related. I want to build some house wintry related. Well, hello, Ahill. Welcome to the stream. Sorry I went AFK yesterday. Yeah, I left to go and get some food. I came back about 20 minutes later, I think. Green. Oh, yellow, green. Have I missed something in the comments section? Yeah, sorry, I went AFK yesterday to go and find some food. How are you, Aho? How are you? Right. I want to go and find some blocks, guys. Oh my gosh, it is cold. It's absolutely freezing, guys. It's always about food. Well, yeah, I have to go AFK to eat. Like I have to, which is why I did. I'm really good. Thank you for asking. Well, yeah, I always go AFK for food. Egg. I have to eat. You know, I'm not a robot from the planet Spish Bosh. I do have to eat food. I might be overweight, but I do have to eat. We had a flood in Washington. Blimey. Spruce wood. I'm gonna go and build a house. I'm going to build like a cozy little house in the middle of nowhere. You're not a robot? Yeah, I'm not a robot. There's nothing metal. I have nothing metal in me. I have to sleep. Devastating. Yeah, I mean, flooding normally is. Where I'm from in the UK where I'm from in the UK is very flood-proof. It's very. Where I'm from in the UK has a lot of flooding, like yearly. Hello, Rafa. Welcome to the stream. Let's find some roofing, guys. We might as well use dark oak. I'm going to take a stack of dark oak with me. Happy early birthday. Yeah, my birthday's not for another 16 days. But yeah, we are aiming to hit 8k. US so far is mid. Is that in terms of flooding mid, or just your experience in the US? What are you making? I'm thinking about making a house. The money I just got expired over 2 years ago. Blimey. Experience. Yeah. I suppose it's a culture shock. It's a culture shock as well, though. It would be a culture shock as well, though, Ahill. Because you're initially from India, you know, what they do in India is completely different to what they do in the United States. So something like that would always take a while to settle in. So, for example, so I remember you saying about being really tall. In India, you probably would have been you would have stood out, but you know, people are much taller in the United States. For example, that's the culture. Culture shocks are absolutely everything. Like Christmas, for example, Christmas in the United States is probably much more than it is. I can't go back for 3 years now. I'm far away from half my family. Yeah, that's always the case. So, for example, I understand that. Like, my aunt lives in Australia. So, literally, I've met my cousin. I've probably met my cousin 4 times. Yeah. No, you spelt it right the first time. You spelt it wrong the second time. Well, yeah, my cousin that lives in Australia, I've only met him 4 times I've only met him like 5 times since he was born. Like, well, yeah, because I've never been to Australia, so basically I have bad news. My dad died in July 2024. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, going back onto the point I was making, yeah. So my cousin, for example, like literally, am I celebrating Christmas? Well, yeah. I'm not religious, guys, but Christmas has been kept in my family. So even though I'm not religious, yeah, we celebrate Christmas. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that, the noob. Yeah. Going on to what was that point I was making? Yeah, so literally, my cousin, I met him once when he was like a year old, 2 years old. I met him when he was like a toddler. Then I met him again, so it was every sort of 3 years. I saw my cousin every sort of 3-4 years. So literally, the last time I saw my cousin, so my cousin is literally like 6 years younger than me. So the last time I saw my cousin would have been 2022. So like 3 years ago then. Literally, before that, it was like 2018. Before that, it was like 2018, because it was the World Cup. So my cousin was like 10. My cousin was like 9 then. So, of course, my cousin was only literally up to the bottom of my arm. back then. And then the last time I met my cousin was 2000, and last time I met my cousin was 2022. My cousin was literally nearly the same height as me. Yeah, the last time I saw my cousin was nearly the same height as me. Literally, I've met my cousin like 5 times. Did you see what I sent you on Discord? I haven't, to be honest, Pixel King. How do you like this concept? I like it. TBH, to be honest. Sadly, I've got to go. I've got school. Goodbye. Goodbye, A-Hill. Thank you for watching the live stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a good rest of your day. But yeah, it's true. Like, moving to a different country is a really hard thing to do. So as I said, one of my family my aunt lives in Australia, so I've met my cousin like 5 times in person. So my aunt's kid, I've met them like 5 times in person. So it feels weird. What time is it for me? It's 2:30 p.m. and it's absolutely freezing. Yeah, is it 2:29? Yes, it is 2:29. Well, it's 2:30 now, but I am where the hell am I? I've been talking on stream, but I've walked in the middle of nowhere. I got it right. Wait, I sort of know where I sort of am. Me and Joe are both British. Yeah. Oh, I know. I know where we are. I know where we are then. I'm too. Yeah. Everyone loves Britain. Except certain British people, I think. Yeah, I really like that, Pixel King. I really like that. The Calamity Joe comic. That's his superhero word. He says TBH and he becomes a superhero. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, thank you, everybody. We're getting so close. Long live my king. Yeah, long live the king. Fun fact: the top 20 most stable countries on planet Earth. On planet Earth, the top 20 most stable countries politically are all monarchies. 18 of them are monarchies. Of the most stable countries on Earth, 18 of them are of the top 20, 18 of them are monarchies, because you can't have you can't have dictators, because the monarch is a balancing act. They balance each other out. It's such a clever position. How to see your lover's vid? What? Do you know what? What is everybody hopeful for Christmas this year? I mean, I already know what I've got for Christmas, guys, because I bought it. You removed his message. Some people do. Yeah, I'm a little bit different though with that. Egg. I think we should have this. I think we should have the Welsh flag. We've got the Scottish flag. We've got a little bit of the Irish flag. I think we should have a bit of the Welsh flag. I hope I get a PC coming in soon. I hope it actually works, because when I saw the description of it, it didn't list the model number, so I'm concerned. Yeah. I bought a Switch. I bought a Switch 2 a couple of weeks ago. I bought a Switch 2, and basically me and my dad were going half on it. How to see your live as videos? Yeah, finish the live stream, then you see it as a video. Why not you read it? I did read it, but I didn't read it out. Can you play? Yes, you can actually, Pixel King. You can. Nintendo made it so you could port that as well. So I'm like, yeah, I can continue my Minecraft series for, we can't clip it right now on shorts. I can clip it. I can press a button on my screen that makes highlights. Which I have done that a few times, especially when I was playing FIFA. I want to do more FIFA streams, guys. I want to do a series called Forfeit FIFA, where you guys give me forfeits if I don't win the league or don't win enough games. I really want to do that. Well, no, they can only brick your console if you mod it, because they can only brick your console if you tamper with it. So, like, you hack it, because that's a breach of their infringements. But the same, but in a business mind, Egg, if I released a film, if I say I made a film. Please, I need the realm code. I can't give the realm code out. It's only for channel members, so people who bought the channel membership. I can't give it out for free because it's unfair on people that have bought it. It's unfair for people that have bought the channel membership. It's just a pun. Oh. Okay, thanks. Sorry, I had someone else ask me earlier on. So, anybody that asks me, I sort of tell them the truth. I tell them the truth. But yeah, so I want to bring out a channel. I want to bring out another tier later on, maybe next year, where I bring out a 10 years copy. I bring out a 10 years copy of this world and that you can just buy. Please, Joe, I need your money. My bank account is full of zeros. You think I have money? You think I have money? I don't make a lot from YouTube, you know. I make like 20 quid. You really want to see what that realm looks like? There's not much on it at the moment. It's basically most of my builds and Egg and David's houses, which they ironically both built them on this flat plane. Ironically, I'll give you a bit of history. I'll give you guys a bit of history of why there's a flat plane here. This hill used to extend out further. This hill extended out further. This hill extended out further, but when I was trying to build that circus tent, I had a warped idea that I could fit a circus tent here, and then I suddenly realised that it wasn't gonna be big enough. So I built it myself. This circus tent, so I built it here. I can afford a channel member. It's only like $2. Yeah. It's basically what it is the more stuff that's in the tier, the more expensive it is. I've tried to make it as cheap as possible. So I found out the other day that another Minecraft Legacy YouTuber, their top tier is £22 a month. If I stop paying for the membership. That's what I'm leaning to do, Pixel King. That's what I'm leaning to do. But then if you boot somebody out and they pay it again later on, they would get the link back and be able to rejoin. Because you can only have 10 members of a realm. You can only have 10 members of a realm. And if someone stops paying for it, it's like they come out, a new person that pays it comes in. That's sort of how I do it. If someone stops paying for it, basically they have the month that they paid for. If someone pays for a month and then basically cancels halfway through the next month, they still get the rest of that month. It's like a mini business strategy, but it's not really a business strategy. It's more for we've only got 10 people, so we can't have people that have paid for it once and then stopped paying for it. And then they're allowed to still be in there where there's somebody else that's paying for it and can't get in. That's sort of why we do it. I'm European. The memberships are very expensive. Are they? Yeah, it's not $2. It's not $2. It's It's basically it's different tiers. Pixel Dibble. It's different. It's different tiers. So the first one is 99 pence. The second one is $2.99. The last one is $5.99. The last one is $5.99, and then I might make another one where you guys can just buy a copy of this world for yourselves. Yeah, that's how we're doing it. It's basically you've got to be able to generate that you've got to be able to be a successful business. If it's a successful business model, you've got to make the money to cover it back. And plus a little extra for the maintenance in case anything goes wrong. And that's how all business models work. Can I please be a mod? Fine. But yeah, I'm only giving you it, Rafa9, because you've watched the streams for a while. I've had a load of people the other day asking me for it, and I'm like, 99 cents is literally like a paid game on the Apple Store. Yeah, that's got to be a really. Do you know why that would be though? The noob, that would be. It must be a small game. If it's 99 cents, it's got to be a small game, because I guarantee it's cost more than that to make. Oh, my nose! I fainted when you said fine. It's Christmas and I'm full of joy. Oh God! Oh my God! But yeah, oh, but yeah, it's sort of. It's not really a business model for the realm. It's more that it would feel really tight. I mean that's fair. That's fair enough. You guys don't have to buy the membership. You guys can if you want to. I've got some content ideas that I want to do for channel members, because I can now. One of the tiers has access to early access to YouTube videos. I've got some ideas for stuff. Yeah, but then again, an app that costs $999, no app would cost that, because that's £1,000. Literally, £1,000 is a lot of money. £0.24. Well, yeah. This is the £1,000 would break your phone. Well, it wouldn't break your phone. It wouldn't break your phone. Yeah, it took me a second to clock that. It took me a second to clock that, and I'm like, yeah, £1,000 would break your phone. Talking of which, guys, I was on a film set. I was on a film set a few years ago for my uni work. We had a bit of kit that basically, it was a hydraulic. This bit of kit was like a hydraulic dolly. So if you ever see a film, if you guys have ever seen a film where the camera's gone up and then down, that's called a dolly. It's on a track and it's hydraulic, so it goes up and down. That we were told day one, don't put your hand underneath the chair bit, because the hydraulic chair bit, that's 300. That's got 300 kg of pressure. So basically, you put your hand on that, your hand's getting crushed. 300 kg is a lot. Is a lot of pressure. That's like, I don't know what that is. That's nearly £800. So £1,000 on your phone, top of your phone's gonna bloody break it even more. Why do I get virus? So based on my guy company trying to scam me an iPhone. Stupid, but they're stupid expensive. Yeah, maybe because you clicked a dodgy link or something like that. Yeah, but there's some things like when I was little, I used to go and buy. When I was a kid, I used to go and buy these chocolates. They were pressured by their girlfriends, or they were just thick. Or they were just thick. You know, some people don't really pay attention to. So, for example, my sister would do that. For example, guys, my sister would do that. My sister used to just look at games. My sister used to look at games on the App Store and just click straight away, without even reading any of the information. So yeah, my sister would have done that. So you know, some people don't pay attention. Like, although you do have people, though, you do generally have people that don't understand the value of a pound. So for me, guys, I know the value of a pound. Yeah. So I know the value of a pound, so I'm not buying the new Doctor Who season yet because I think £33 for 8 episodes is absolutely abysmal. Sorry, 9 episodes because it would have the Christmas special on it, but absolutely 9 episodes. I'm not. Joe, how did you do the guidelines for this channel? Oh, it's a new feature they added. So basically, I put be kind and respectful and challenge the argument, not the person. So if you don't agree with someone's opinion, you can't turn around and go and tell them to go kill themselves. That's what people do now. Like, people cancelling each other because they don't like their points of view. Like, come on, like, grow up. Like, I hate it. I hate the way it is nowadays. Oh, I don't agree with what you've said, so here, people should only be cancelled if they've done like horrible crimes. Challenge the argument, not the person. Yeah, I did. I watched a true crime documentary last night, and I was sat there almost crying. I don't agree when you said a beast. You're a beast on the 7K special, the Wii Fit. Yeah, but that was more of a joke. The Wii Fit, the Fat Man Plays Wii Fit stream was basically me just tongue in cheek taking the piss. Like I've already said, if I hit a million subscribers, I'll do a fucking TV show called A Twat's Guide to Britain. Nah, he's a beast. Yeah, I am a beast. I'm not. But yeah, if I get a million subs, I'll generally do a TV series where I go around the UK to shit places. Like, like there's a place called Cock and Balls. Like I go to places with funny names. I go to places with funny names, guys, and I generally go and film there. My name's Climate of Joe, and welcome to a Fat Man's Guide to Britain. And I just take you around to McDonald's and things. I'm joking. Like, I just don't care, guys. I like things when they just take the piss. So I've come up with a TV show. I've come up with a short film, with a film that I want to do, and I've come up with a script for a film that I want to shoot, and you guys are going to love this. You guys will love it. I've come up with like a TV show that I want to shoot, and it's just a joke. The whole film's going to be a joke, and it's about a football manager. It's about a guy that he's an alcoholic, and it was going to be about a guy who's an alcoholic, and he applies to buy season tickets to a football club for his dad for Christmas. Will you ever do a face reveal? Maybe, maybe not. So the guy's meant to be, the guy's like, this guy's not meant to be, he's an alcoholic, and he goes to buy a season ticket for his dad, apply for a season ticket for his dad for Christmas, and he drunkenly clicks the wrong one and applies to become the first team manager. So you've now got an alcoholic who doesn't know anything about football. He's now the manager. And I just thought it would just be a really funny film to do. Imagine a guy taking over at a football club and he doesn't know anything about football. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything about football. He doesn't know anything about it. He's just basically, kick the ball, pass. What have I told you? Thin pass. And he has to learn how to become a football manager. And then he goes to play FIFA or something like that. He goes to play FIFA. And I thought it'd be a funny film, but I thought they send him a private plane and he ends up in the wrong country and he's looking around for a stadium in the wrong country. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think that'd be quite a funny I think that'd be quite a funny film. What about if you hit 8k subs? Well, the next goal will be 10k. The next goal will be 10k. The aim would be to hit The aim is to hit 10k by the end of next year, because say the words "you're joking" TV show and I will make one. What? Yeah, I want to make a TV show, guys. I want to make a TV show. It's been an hour. Cool. Yeah, we're just going to take these happy birthday. It's not my birthday. 1 million. That show you said. Oh yeah, I would make a I said, yeah, I want to make a TV show at 1 million. If we hit 1 million subs, I'll make a TV show called A Twat's Guide to Britain, and just go around to all the stupid name places, like, I don't know, Cockington FC, I don't know, Bumhole Place. Can you say the world? What, A Twat's Guide to the World? Welcome to Earth, aliens from the planet Cyber Smosh, whatever. Welcome to the planet Earth. You're gonna love it here. It's a win-win. For a TV show, what? A Twat's Guide to the World? An alien's guide to life. But I think A Twat's Guide to Britain just has something to it. A Twat's Guide to Britain. I mean, words. Well, no, that literally. Funniest place name UK. Britain's rudest and funniest place names. Here we go. The UK is favourite. The UK is famous, so welcome to A Twat's Guide to Britain. And then we go to Shitterton, Bell End, Scratchy Bottom, Minge Lane, and other silly places. Pratt's Bottom, Balls Cross, Titty Ho, Sandy Balls. Just that's genuine places. There's 2 places in Dorset called Scratchy Bottom and Baggy Bottom, which is just, I mean, what? It's funny. Can you suggest my name for my original character? Cool. I said, how do you get moderators? But just by being consistent in the streams. So hold on, what did you want me to do? Or did you want me to do Calamity Lord Official? Well, give me a bit of backstory about what's going on. Because I'm a firm believer that the character must fit the story, and the story must not fit the character. The world is one of those. On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a partridge in a pear tree. And that already ended the second I joined. Yes, I ended yesterday's stream because I wanted to crash out on some content. On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a partridge in a pear tree. On the second day of Christmas, my true love gave to me two turtle doves and a partridge in a pear tree. On the third day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 4th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 5th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. Sorry. Welcome to the stream, the Student of War. I've been on your stream since from March, I think. I think you were a little bit later than that. I thought you were more June, July-ish, but I don't know. He's a student of war. He's the Minister of War. Actually, no, we don't have the Minister of War anymore. The position of the Minister of War doesn't actually exist anymore. It's the Minister of War and the Minister of... The Minister of War... the Minister of War, basically the Minister of the Minister of War, the Secretary of State for War, or the Minister of War, the First Lord of the Admiralty, the First Sea Lord, all those positions are merged into the new position in the 1960s, and it's all merged now into the Secretary of State for Defense. He's the first to the throne of the Chaos Kingdom, but the Chaos Crystals and the Imperials start leaking micro living organisms. So if he's the first, his name would be like I don't know. I'm making tea. Cool. His name's gonna be Kyraban. Kyraban. There you go. Let me spell that for you. Kyraban. Very political, but a certain political group only supports ICE and does not support healthcare. Well, that's just because it's America, though, Pixel King. That's just because it's America. Literally, America's one of the only countries that doesn't offer free healthcare to its citizens. The thing is, though, as well, America's one of the only America's one of the only countries, like, ICE has a purpose. ICE has a purpose, as does healthcare. But America's a very much more of a business-like state. So, in an American brain, you just got to cough. Blimey. It makes, in an American brain, it makes sense. You're making a killing off people's healthcare. But, in the UK, we have what we call the welfare state. The UK invented in the 1940s. Why did you say Kyraban? Because Calamity Lord Official wanted me to create an original character for him, so I named it. I named it Kyraban. So, the UK in 1940 invented something called the welfare state. Well, that's the thing. America's current president treats America like a business. Their economy is doing wonders. But you've got to... He runs America like a business. So the American economy is absolutely booming, but, you know, healthcare's declining and things like that. If you get what I mean. Sorry, what were you sorry for? Xbox games is the Me Game Switch. But yeah, yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, if you get what I mean, Pixel King. Like, America treats themselves like America. The American president at the moment is a businessman. He runs America like a business. On a business standpoint, America's doing really well. But on a public standpoint, yeah, people's healthcare is tanking. It's a thing that's an interesting one. America's a very much country of individuals, whereas the UK's like a collective. If you get what I mean, like, America's very much individuals, like self, like you and family. Whereas the UK is very much more, we're the collective. We're in it together. You know, Great Britain is a machine. Great Britain is a wheel. Great Britain is a vehicle, and the public are the wheels. That's a great quote. Great Britain is a vehicle, and the public are the wheels. Whereas America is very much everyone's a vehicle. Whereas everyone's a vehicle, and they're all going their opposite directions. Whereas the UK has one thing forward. Everyone wants to go forward. Can being late on the previous stream still make you moderator? Well, it's not about. It's about who's consistent. You're using your Galaxy Note from 2012. Yeah. 2012. I was 10 in 2012. That you have not. That you've not. Here, not. Mike, forget the question. Yes, about who's consistent. So if you're in the stream, if you're watching the stream lots, yeah. If you're in the stream lots, then the more likely you are to become a mod. But yeah, talking about that, everybody. Yeah, that's the difference. R or on to moderator. R or on to moderator. I'm a bit confused. Yeah, people who watch the stream consistently. So people that watch the streams like most days are the people I give moderation to. People that are just, you know, someone that appears once and then never watches again. Don't get moderator. If you get what I mean. But yeah. The thing is, though, like what Pixel King said about, you know, government funding, whatever he said, you have to go further up to find it now. I can't find his comment. Where is it? This is it. A certain but only supports and does not support. Yeah. America doesn't spread... The difference is, though, America doesn't spread its money. America does not spread its money out equally. When they set a government budget... they don't spread it. So if I'm here for this long, am I getting hopes of getting monetary? Yeah. Yeah. But it's not. It's not if you've watched one stream for a long time. It's about yeah. Your first ever comment was bizarre. Like I had great fun reading that the first time. I'm like, okay. And my first comment, I gave you a really good. I gave you a really hello. Just got to read this person's name out because it's in Arabic, so I cannot. I cannot read Arabic, so I need to quickly. Hello, Kian Abbas. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. But yeah, talking of that, guys. So like, yeah, your first stream, your first comment though, was bizarre. Yeah, talking about like budget. Yeah, America doesn't spread its budget out equally. So some companies in the United States, some parts of the U.S. government get more money. Like, for example, NASA gets £18 billion a year from the US government. The US government gives their military almost 800 billion a year. Which is why NASA struggled with rockets for years, because they couldn't afford to constantly send rockets up. The reason the space race has taken so long is because they couldn't afford it. It cost a lot of money, and it was money that the United States government just wasn't giving them. But Elon Musk has come along. Now Elon Musk has come along and invented, reusable rockets. Now it's bringing the cost down, because they've got rockets now that you can use 100 times. Having a rocket you can use 100 times makes sense. What paid games do you have? Well, everything I have is a paid game. Joe, check my latest post if you want. 4 Calamity of Joe. Okay. That is an old phone. God damn. Well, I think I've probably got an older phone on my desk. Actually, in one of my drawers, guys, I've got an old corded phone. I'm keeping it because it still works. I got an old corded phone from like 2000. I'm keeping it because it still works. You can still use it by connecting it into the power. But also, I'm thinking of using it as a film prop. If I'm doing a film from like the early 2000s, it's Polish happy birthday. Cool. It's not my birthday, guys. It's not my birthday for another 16 days. Nokia 6400. Yeah, what did I have? What was my first phone? So I got my first phone in like 2015. I got my first phone 10 years ago when I was like 13. I don't think you need a phone before 13. I don't think you need a phone before you're 13, personally. But I expect people in here younger than me probably have phones now. Younger than I was when I had my first phone. Yeah, I've got a genuine telephone. I've got a genuine telephone in my desk. I brought an old wooden desk up from downstairs. Yeah, mine's an S9. So I bought it. I bought it second hand a couple of years ago. I'm keeping it though because my nan gave me the money for it. My nan was annoyed that my nan found out that my phone had broke. An S9, yeah. I bought an S9 for like that was my second last. Yeah. But the thing is though, when you see now it's the S20 series, you think, oh, S9 was 11 years ago. It wasn't. they said they didn't do an S. What was it? What was after S9? Was it S10? No. Yeah, the Samsung Galaxy S9, 2018. The end of life. Yeah, they did the S10, and then they switched, and then there was no S11. Oh no. Yeah, there is no. Yeah, the they suddenly they dropped the S's, and then suddenly, yeah, they dropped the S's and went straight to the S20s. Yeah, like the. Yeah, I had an S. I had an S set. I had an Ace as well. I had a Samsung Ace as well. I had a Samsung Ace back in the day. I had the S7. The S7 what the screen went wrong on. The S9 still works. I knew a guy that spent £1,000 on a phone. I'm like, come on. There's all these people that spend so much on phones. Hello, Swiss. Welcome to the stream. Like, guys, you don't need a new phone every year. They don't improve. Every time they say the iPhone 15, 16, 17's come out. What's my least favourite part of history? Ooh, I couldn't tell you that. I honestly could not tell you. I honestly could not tell you that. Are you taking build requests? Not at the moment, I'm not. But I'm going to quickly... I take build requests on stream sometimes. Time to whip out the 1980 PC to play Minecraft and Max Shaders. Honestly, you'd fry it. Yeah, every single part of history is crucial. So... I have no... Oh, I don't know. Nah, it wouldn't. It wouldn't, Egg. A computer from 1980 wouldn't have the storage capabilities to do that. Literally, the computer in 1995 to render Toy Story, they needed 1,000 computers. They needed 1,000 computers. In 1995 to render Toy Story, they needed 1,000 computers. A 2 gigabyte RAM computer would now render the original Toy Story in an hour. That's how much computers have improved in the last 30 years. Toy Story, the original Toy Story, they needed 1,000 computers to render that film, and the big crash in 1983. Not heard of it. Well, yeah, the video game crash. But that was the Atari shock. Ironically, Atari and Nintendo were at war with each other, so that actually improved Nintendo's sales. But video game consoles were waning at the time. Then Nintendo changed the market. But it's not exactly a big crash. It wasn't exactly a big crash. They lost $1 billion, but then they lost $1 billion, which obviously that's nothing compared to what some people lose nowadays. Like Elon Musk the other month lost 50 billion in a day when one of his companies started to buckle. He lost 50 billion in a day, which is... That's a lot of money. That's literally more than some countries have. I didn't realise how much money the UK had until the other day. Is it like no? He's worth like five. He's worth like 500. What's the longest that we went without a shower? I have no idea. Yeah, but as you get, as you get older though. As you get older, you need them more. Yeah, but as you get older, Swiss, as you get older, when you're in like your late teens, you sweat more. You sweat more. So, as you get older, late teens, you sweat more. So you need to. Yeah, but that makes that makes sense though. If you're trapped at an airport, that makes sense. Well, no, I've texted my friend that before. Not that. I've texted my friend. I haven't seen you since like that. I haven't seen you in like a year. Which... Goodbye. Calamity Lord Official. Have a good rest of your day. But yeah, there's some 2 weeks. But hear me out. I was on the grind on the Minecraft 2-week phase. Yeah. I have never done the 2-week phase, guys. I've done the 9-year phase. In fact, my YouTube channel is 9 years on tomorrow. Sorry, I just poked some fun at Decepted. Well, yeah, literally, guys, my YouTube channel is 9 years old tomorrow. I created my channel 9 years ago tomorrow. Sorry. Yeah, my YouTube channel is 9 years old tomorrow. I feel so old. 9 years. That's gonna feel weird next year. Next year is gonna feel so weird. Next year. Yeah, Rafa, I'm so confused by what your channel is. I'm hosting Who Wants to Be a Moderator, and then you've put a picture of Ronaldo. I'm so confused about how random your channel is. Like, you're talking about a Samsung Galaxy A7, and then right above it, it's a picture of Ronaldo. I'm like, it's so confusing. I'm kind of scared. We just got to keep going. Why are you scared? Why are you scared, Swiss? Speed fan. No, well, you don't have to be a Speed fan to be a fan of Ronaldo. Like, Ronaldo's older than Speed is. Literally, Ronaldo's been around for 20 years. Ronaldo's been playing football. Ronaldo's been playing football longer than Speed's been alive. Yeah, egg, that's disgusting. He can't put egg in timeout, but I can. I've been... Yeah, I love text. Just I follow trends. Yeah. I love text. Just I follow trends. Yeah, don't follow trends. Don't follow trends. Following trends is the it's, if you get what I mean. Yeah, I don't like him. I find him really bizarre. Like, what was it? Thrusting the camera and then his fucking cock fell out of his trousers. Like, oh, people are like, it was an accident. Yeah, but who fucking thrusts the camera in the first place? Like, no offense, Rafa. When I look at your videos, they're so random. You're following trends. You're following trends, but the trends have absolutely no relation to your channel. If you get what I mean, it's a mix of random, yeah. Which is why if I look at your channel for a second, it's why you've got 17 views on one video and 79 on the other, because they're so random. You know, people subscribe for one thing, necessarily they don't turn around and watch. What you want is to build an audience that people will watch your videos. You want to build an audience that will watch your videos, but because they're so random and different things, that's why people don't pop from one video to another video. It's the same as why I stopped doing Lego video games initially. It's the reason I stopped doing Lego video games initially, because I would get 300 views on a Minecraft video and get 10 views on a Lego video. But then, now that I've built up an audience, you guys will just watch my content, whatever I do. And Minecraft Bro is talented. Oh, thank you. But my talent doesn't come from Minecraft, though. My talent doesn't come from Minecraft. My talent comes from I love being creative. I love storytelling. If I wasn't doing this, I'd be doing something else. I've always loved being creative. So before I played Minecraft, I shot Lego stop motions. My first Lego stop motion is on my YouTube channel. My first Lego stop motion is on my YouTube channel. Which is a really interesting thing. Check my description. You're just on what video? This random channel. I feel bad for saying random, but it is random. But 183,000. I feel bad for saying it's random, but it's a great quote. Creativity is beautiful. That's why we always need to make sure and have a healthy mental state, because, well, you can even create stuff from a bad mental state. Literally, films and TV took me away from being bullied. So it was funny. Well, yeah, no. What I meant is that when I look at your channel, sometimes if it pops up in my recommended, I'm sat there like, what? Right, we got Ronaldo here, and we got a phone here. We got Ronaldo here, we got a phone here, and now we've got Minecraft. I'm like, okay, just it's like I just watched a video of you building the Christmas presents. Yeah, that was a last minute build idea. I do something called Mindmas every year, where I do 25 videos in 25 days. This is a live Mindmas episode now. But I've run out of ideas this year. So I'm trying to build... I'm going to build tomorrow's episode is going to be not really about Christmas, but it's going to be more of like a thank you for 9 years of this channel. Because my channel's 9 years old tomorrow. But yeah. This channel, 9 years old tomorrow. An artist that grew up and as an artist thinks one way, given someone who grew up a different way, the abilities of being an artist, and you get a whole new world. That is true. Like, I wrote... That's a cool idea. Yeah, I made a video back in 2022 where I nicked Santa's sleigh off the roof of the house and fly it around the world, and it was such a cool video. But yeah, like talking about like creative ideas, like I come up with the Dawn of Planets book series, guys. That I'm advertising in the live chat. I wrote that. I come up with that idea when I was 10. It started out as Agent 1, the main character was on the run from an evil uncle. He was on the run from an evil uncle that had locked his family up. And then and he had an alien friend, and it ended up it merged into the fact that he was Agent 1. The story changed to Agent 1 was on the run from an evil uncle while his alien friend was actually invading the planets to take it over for humanity. Can I now be moderator? Yeah, I didn't say an hour. I said if you're on the streams consistently, that means just watching like many streams, not just one. I think you've mistook what I said. But yeah, the main character, Agent 1, it changed from him being on the run from an evil uncle to being an invasion. But yeah, it ended up for him being on the run from an evil uncle while the alien friend was destroying the world. And hold on a second, I'm going to find a copy. Shall I find a copy? I've got a copy of this book on my desk. Shall I quite find it in a minute? I'm just going to close the blinds, guys, because it's basically really groggy out there and really rain. It's basically grey skies. It's a little bit dark, so I'm just going to turn the light on, and then I'm going to find that book. So we just got to find this book. I just got to find it. Should be on the bookshelf. It should be on the bookshelf. So the bookshelf is probably about 5 feet away. No, that's the doll maker. Where the hell have I put that then? Is it behind this Pringle can? No, that's Vengeance. Vengeance is the second story. I need the first. Where the f is that then? Hold on, I get my sister a copy. I'm gonna go nick it. Just give me a sec, guys. I will read this page a second. I will find it. Convenience store. I can't find it in a convenience store because they don't sell it. They sell Waterstones and eBay have got it, but for more than you can buy it for on Amazon. I couldn't find it. But our efforts are not in vain. I swear to God, I have it. I swear to God, I have it on my hard drive. Our efforts are not in vain. Don't give up on your dreams. Keep sleeping. I swear to God, guys, I believe I have it on my laptop. I've just got to find a free USB socket. Bloody hell. Where's the socket? Oh, you fin idiot, Joe. I was sticking it in the HDMI port, wondering why it wouldn't work. Right, so this should be in my little document. Here we go. That's Dawn of Planets, the 5th book. Has no name at the moment. The Archipelago, go. No, that's chapter 6. So no, Dawn of Planets Vengeance, Dawn of Planets 8 book plan. These are all the Vengeance copies. So where is my Attack from Space copy? Oh, last open 23rd of the 8th 2024. This is the one I want. I won't be able to read it. That's not the one I want. That's the bloody notes for the book. Oh no. It's not going to be called that. The Attack. Yeah, found it. Last open 21st to the 11th. Right, here we go. I shall read this to you guys. I shall read you parts of a book that I wrote. So, I found it. Shall I read it to you guys? Shall I read you guys my book? Shall I read you guys what would you like me to? Would you guys like me to read you the first chapter of Dawn of Planets, The Attack from Space? Yeah, bedtime story. Ears open, everyone. So this is a book that's generally on Amazon. I published it in I published it February 29th, 2024. So let's just find a place to go. Let's go into here. So I found it. I couldn't find the book, so I found it. I found my Microsoft Word document. Chapter 1. So no. Let's get it right. Dawn of Planets, The Attack from Space. Chapter 1, Darkness Ascending. There are many worlds out there, some young, some red, some blue, and some that are dead. Across creation there was a planet unlike our own, a world of red skies and red grass that spread across the horizon as far as you could see, across the whole peninsula, a barren dying world. There were hills and mountains and lake beds that had dried up. This world was on its last frontier. Half this world had already been battered by the forces of death, while the other half had kept its vast and spectacular terrain. But even now, the world was close to death. Across this dying, barren world, there were little signs of plunders of life trying to ever so hard to adapt to their changing environments, but all had failed. Nature was finally taking its course. Past the majestic mountains of old were big cities that burst up into the sky. The sky was a solid blue colour, most like our own, except for the odd floating ship flying past every now and then. These great cities spanned for miles and miles around. Scroll down a bit. The designs of these cities were extravagant, better than anything we could possibly have dreamt of. This gigantic alien city, there were many buildings of shapes and sizes scattered around the area, plattered with life, but not the type of life that would look normal to you and I. The city was spectacular, with massive skyscrapers dotted around. There were no roads in sight. These cities had no cars. They had what they called transport pods, which were faster and more reliable than a car, as they did not break down. You would step in, say your destination, and in 2 seconds you were there. These cities were far more futuristic and far more advanced than all of our cities combined. There was a road that stretched through the whole city, which led to the most marvelous, most gigantic palace you can imagine. The palace was large and built out of white sandstone. It had 2 massive statues on both sides of the huge doors at the front of the palace. These statues did not look like us. They had 2 legs, 4 arms, but their body shape was more of a spear shape with a head on top of it. Inside, the building was equally impressive, with red and gold flooring going through the building. Throughout this building, there were multiple voices from behind a big black door. Sorry, let me reread that. There were voices from. There were multiple rooms, but at the bottom of one corridor, there were voices from behind a big black door. In this room, there were 2 shadowy figures, both with 2 legs and 4 arms, but their body shape was more of a sphere shape by the sight of their voices. One could suppose that they weren't a friendly bunch. The pair gathered in a massive, dark, vaguely lit room, which was nothing more than 30 feet wide and 20 feet long. "Sir, our warriors and ships are ready for the conquest," one of the figures told the other. "Excellent. It's all going as planned. It's time for our people to claim our new world," the other said, with a menacing voice. "It's time for the Zarodians to live again on Earth," the person said with a deep voice that sounded very menacing. The pair left this narrow room and went down a corridor into a narrow elevator, where the pair went down what seemed like hundreds of feet into an enormous room. There were hundreds of these ships. The pair were approached by legions and upon legions of soldiers. One of the 2 men walked over to the soldiers and turned to gaze at the other man as if he was some sort of nobility. I can't say nobility. He opened his mouth and began to listen. He opened his mouth and began, "Listen up. Today we are at a turning point in our history because our beloved Zaltron is dying. I know it's sad, but we will be taking a slightly bigger planet from a relatively primitive species known as humans. We will claim Earth, build it, shape it, and add it to the part of our great empire. But this will not come without price. Some of you may die, but your deaths will not be forgotten, as it will be part of the saviour of the Zarodian way of life. To Earth, to our destiny," he boomed fiercely. "Hail," all the legions shouted. "Hail Zarod," they all boomed again as they disembarked to their designated spaceships. As they began to move to whatever ship they were meant to be on, it descended into utter chaos, with thousands of people going in all directions. These ships were huge, with some of them being over 1,000 feet long and 500 feet wide. When the ships were about to set off, there were screams and shouts from all around as the crowd had formed to support their heroes. The roof opened, and then all 100 of the ships started to rise from the ground and into the atmosphere. All of the ships hovered thousands of feet above the planet before they suddenly shot up and into the orbit of the planet, ready to start their long and tiresome journey to Earth. "Earth, here we come," Zarod said with a menacing glee. "Sir," said the figure. "Yes, General Sebastian," he said. "The men are talking about the problems we may face. Well, you see, Sebastian said, trying to get the words out. "Spit it out," he boomed fearfully. "We may have to face him," he said nervously. "Oh, Sebastian, that kid and his entire family are locked up by my friend Vadorx Shimper. So I wouldn't worry about him. He won't interfere with these plans." "How could he?" from beyond a cell, he said, trying to calm his friend down. "What a relief, my king," he exclaimed. "Yes, it is rather. It would have made this mission far harder to achieve if he were there to stop us," Zarod said, confirmed. The inside of the ship was incredible. It was like being in a floating palace. It had multiple floors which were covered by red carpets and gold lighting. Every soldier on the ship had their own quarters, which comes with luxury. As the Zarodians firmly believed, if your people did not have luxury, they may not follow whatever your cause is. Zarod's quarters were filled with gold furniture and blue carpet, because on Zaltron, blue was exceedingly rare, which made it only for nobility. Zarod's quarters were around 20 feet wide and 20 feet long, but there was another massive room connected to it, where Zarod was meet with all his generals on his flagship, which was called the Dark Xavier. Zarod had 2 flagships, and the other one was by far his favourite of the 2. Its name was the Rakazaria Planantrum. I'm going to stop for 2 seconds and just see these comments. "Hey Joe, you built a penguin?" "I haven't built a penguin." "Hello, the human flames went through. So, what do you guys think? I haven't been paying attention because I've Hold on, let me just do that. Let me just make my YouTube screen slightly smaller so I can just see the live chat. Oh. For the first time ever, guys, I'm going to press a button that I can do on my screen. I can pop the chat out. Pop out chat. Means I can click word and use the pop out chat. There we go. So I can read your chats now. Great visual language. I feel like I'm standing in this futuristic city. Thank you. Yo, Joe, I'm going to be leaving now. Have a good, wonderful day. Have a good day, Swiss. Thank you for watching the stream. All of the battleships were filled with hundreds, if not thousands of runes, which were vital for the conquest, which, to them, the conquest was going to be easy. The soldiers' morale was at an all-time high. That for their latest mission was going to be the most important mission they had ever undertaken. Their very existence depended on it, and the soldiers were proud to be embarking on this for them and for their families. Sorry guys, I'm having to zoom, because I'm reading it off Word, I'm having to... The ships had massive canteens where thousands of Zarodians would eat. There were libraries, meeting areas, and even swimming pools. These swimming pools had windows on the side of the pool where water would go up against the windows, so they would swim and look out at the planets and the beauty of the cosmos itself that they were flying through. The ships sped towards Earth. Every inch was an inch closer to their goal, and the human race's complete eradication. The plan of the attack would be simple: wipe cities off the face of the Earth and cull these humans that they had heard so much about, so the Zarodian race could start to colonize the world into what they wanted it to be. Zarod had his plan to destroy their civilization, which in turn they were hoping to remove what the Zarodians would call the inferior beings. It seems so strange conquering another planet for Zaltron. We've conquered so many planets, and make no mistake, Earth has been on the top of the radar for some time. Although the first in my reign, but I led the battles and all the conquests for over a decade and a half, but none of our conquests have worked. But Earth, it's human, and it's human disease. It's nothing. It's nowhere as advanced as the Cross factions or the Grams. Maybe warps themselves, but this will be far smoother sailings. But why did you choose this world over... But why... Oh, sorry. Just give me a second, guys. I realised that it dropped... the page dropped too low. Sorry, the page dropped a bit too low for me to read the next bit. Here we go. But why did you choose this world over closer ones like Randanga or Glees or even Certain? Surely there's something more to this. Well, this seems a tad personal, if you get what I mean. So, my lord, why did you choose this? Sebastian asked. One word, Sebastian. Revenge, Zarod replied. Is this because of what happened 2 years ago? Sebastian asked. Yes, he brought this on himself. He did a terrible thing, and he will pay, Zarod uttered. Yes, my lord, said Sebastian. While standing up to leave the room. Back on Zaltron, hundreds of thousands of people had to come to watch their army leave to save their race from extinction. All the Zarodians would be classed as unique because of their green skin and their their 4 arms and 2 legs. But their bodies were ball-shaped, round with wide eyes and crooked teeth. Some would call their teeth white and sharp because of their shape and size. Their clothes were made of an alien fabric and were all green and brown. They had armour with them just in case. The Zarodian army had been planning for this invasion since September of 2013. Where were you guys in 2013, guys? All you guys here, where were you in 2013? They had begun preparations by upgrading their arsenal with new weapons and lasers that would cause heavy destruction. In one of the ship's common rooms, a couple of soldiers had started talking about their new life, what their new life may be like on Earth. Do you think there would be mountains? Do you think there'd be mountains? A soldier questioned. Why wouldn't there be mountains? How much of a stupid question is that? Can you name a planet that doesn't have mountains? Well, Udana doesn't have mountains, so duh, the other soldier replied. No, it has a range of large hills instead, so duh, another soldier replied. The ships had huge engines which looked vastly superior to human understanding. All the ships were equipped with lots of different runes which gave all the Zarodians comfort, which is something that they would need on this long journey. The ships were surprisingly comfortable. even though they were going on some ridiculous speed. Zarod and all his generals gathered in his royal apartments. General Forcio, General Stefan, and General Sebastian. We have some decisions to make. Zarod consoled and then started again. We need to work out a plan of attack. So we could then land and through brutality and we can land, then attack through brutality and show them what terror really means, Forcio commented. Well, we could. But that would be wrong. We should ask them first. Who knows? They may be stupid, Zarod replied. Aye, aye, sir, Forcio added. Sir, we could attack if they don't bow down to our commands, said General Sebastian. Yes, indeed, that would work. Zarod confirmed. Oh, hold on a minute. That's so weird. Let me just screenshot. Oh, it's gone now. Basically, half the side page moved. I like playing in the creek near my childhood home. Yeah. Basically, what happened is when I zoomed the page down, they eventually joined Zarod in his throne room. The throne room itself had a huge white old Zarodian hieroglyphics on it, which one said "Sitin Kra Sumatra," which in English means "once a king, always a king." But Zarod knew that he was the only one who knew why he chose Earth over many other planets that were far closer to Zeltron. The ships were incredibly well designed. There were many seats and sofas, and for all soldiers to sit. A group of soldiers sat wondering things about the people who they would be fighting. Humans, what do you think they're like? Questioned the soldier. I heard they're pink and eat loads of weird stuff, like something called chicken, whatever that is. Or what's it called? Scones. They apparently think themselves above everyone else, and they're quite arrogant. Well, what I mean is they're weird creatures. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, they do sound weird. Can't wait to be pry their worlds straight from them. It'll be easy, just like taking food from a baby, a soldier commented very cockily. I like your spirit, soldier, said a voice walking past, the voice belonging to Lord Zarod. Hail, Lord Zarod, they all said, standing within seconds of identifying him. Thank you, man, he said, as he walked off the corridor. As he walked off out of the room and down the corridor. Earth, I am Zarod, and anywhere I walk is the Zarodian Empire, he said sternly with a creepy laugh as he disappeared down the dark corridor into a dark and dimly lit room. There were ancient Zarodian hieroglyphics on the wall which said Orzicanius, which is the Zarodian god of war, Aurelius Levalius, the Zarodian god of love, and the other one which stated upon the wall Halantian, the god of evil or the bringer of darkness. He sat in this room and read an ancient Zarodian hieroglyphic off the wall. Sothaf, Sothafa, Quintana, Relava, Gurtus, Ayuda, Portga, Geronicus, Fotava, Ramos, Ramatha, Rithom, Statlenberg. In English, it would translate to, for the survival of the greatest race in the history of the universe, one world must be taken with or without consent for the survival of the Zarodian way of life. The ships had sped up once again, and this time they were going at 100,000 miles per hour. They flew past constellations of stars. Their journey across the cosmos had begun. The fuel drives erupted into full throttle, and with a spark of blue and red light, they were going 500,000 miles per hour, which they knew that they were now at, what they deemed super speed. If they did not invade a new world, their glorious race would go extinct. The humans of Earth had no idea what was coming, and had no idea of the plan in motion. That's the end of chapter 1. Boosh. We've hit 7,600 subscribers, everybody. Thank you. We are 400 subscribers away from 8,000. I'll be back in a second, guys. Yeah, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm just... Cool. I'm just going to... What I'm doing, guys, I struggled to read that then because it was in a text. So what I'm doing is I'm putting it onto my Word. I'm putting it onto a copy of my Word a minute, so I can change change it back from a 5x8 format. If I change it to that to like A4, it means I can read slightly better. Size A4 basically means chapter 2. It means I can see more of chapter 2. It means I can read more of chapter 2 at the same time. Here we go. Yeah, let's have some fun, guys. So, I'm going to read chapter 2. Chapter 2, The One Who Mattered. Far across the universe in a white cell with absolutely nothing in it, just a toilet at the back, not even a bed. It was far from comfortable. All there was in that cell was a small boy quietly sleeping on the cold, wet floor. The quiet, however, did not last, as the door flung open and in walked a shadowy figure, who looked through the glass at the little boy and began to shout. "Get up now!" The sound of the man's voice was scary enough, causing the young boy to leap to his feet. Yes, I'm up. I'm awake. What do you want? The young boy said in utter fear. How dare you speak to me like that, boy? The man roared. And you'll be silent and stop disturbing this organisation. No, I do not want to, nor will I ever be silenced, the boy yelled back, causing the older man to look down at him. Silence now. If you don't be quiet, we'll make you be quiet, he raged. Yes, sir, the boy said as the man walked to the door and opened it, and the swirl of sound slammed the door shut. The young boy had been in the cell for the last year. Even he knew he'd been a little obnoxious as of late, which was because 365 days locked in a cell for no obvious reason was very harsh and very scary. His cell was lit by white lights at the top of the cell. The cell was completely empty, apart from the young boy himself. The door opened again, and in walked this very tall girl. She was around 5'10" or 5'11", whereas the young boy himself was only like 4'6". Yeah, you're awake. Now I'm using you as target practice. No, you're not, Sophia. You're not. I will not be used as target practice, the boy shouted. You're in no position to stop me. You aren't Agent 1 anymore, the girl bellowed, grabbing him and throwing him around like a ragdoll until he was knocked unconscious. His name was Agent 1. He was formerly the leader of the JIB-1 agents, pronounced as JIB-1. He set it up in 2012 when he was 10 years old, in which kids helped save lives. The first mission they ever did saved well over 400 lives. This agency was not the only agency that operated in that format. A similar company was set up by in 2009 by Benito Patron-Stell. After he woke up from his period of unconsciousness, he came to the decision that enough was enough. He had had enough. 365 days of this. 365 days of hell, he shouted to himself as he looked around. He was wearing a grey metal suit. That was what all GIB-1 agents wore. All of them wore them. It covered all their body. A grey metal suit covered their whole body. The only thing that was uncovered was their head, and a big black cape hung out from the back of the top, just an inch or two above the floor. He jumped into the window, which came crashing down in a great stratum, which one pane of glass had now become a million. He had to hurry. Someone would surely have heard that. Becoming quicker by the second, he descended the staircases, trying to find a door he could escape, which he finally found when he left the building. The siren suddenly started to ring. All units, prisoner escape. Agent 1 has escaped. Prisoner escape. Agent 1 has escaped. A voice shrieked, in which floodlights turned on, and Agent 1 hid behind a few crates, which he watched the units come by until they were gone, and he simply just walked out the front door and was free. The place he escaped from wasn't really a prison, as it was operated by Agent 1's deranged uncle, Vadok Shimper, pronounced Vadoks, who had Agent 1 and his entire family locked up last year. Agent 1 was in a different place than his parents and his siblings. The organisation's name was Gingard, and their sworn mission was to stop Agent 1 at all costs. Yikes, poor boy. Yeah. I want to write a behind the scenes sort of like diary of Agent 1 later on, and it was going to be called To Hell and Back. He walked down the road and was aware that they could still be following him, so he decided to walk into the woods, as that is somewhere that they would not expect him to go. After walking for over an hour into the woods, he decided to stop and take a brief breather. Right, Dursborough town is 3 miles that way. I can sleep in that tree for now, using my cape as a blanket, Agent 1 said calmly. He climbed up the tree to a suitable branch and unclamped his cape from his suits and used it as a blanket and started to sleep. Even though some would say this was an uncomfortable night's sleep, to him this was the best night's sleep he'd had in over a year. Back at Gingard, there was a room of people being absolutely yelled at. We need him found. You are idiots. Why was the glass not reinforced? Agent 1's mad uncle Vadok Shimper yelled. Sir, you told us to get that glass for a cheap amount, a man said. Cheap, not cheap. Not bloody bad quality, he yelled again. How could he escape? This has destroyed all our plans. How can we rebuild the world when an agent like Agent 1 is out there defending the world? We want to change the world we want to change. We need him found now. Vadox boomed. That table was full of quiet expression. People were scared to even say an opinion until Vadox looked around at them and gleefully saying, I know, we'll go to them. 1 hour later, they all turned up to one of the other prison buildings that they owned. He walked in shouting, Where would your little brother go? He shouted. He did not see his nieces and nephews' faces as they were covered in darkness, just their shadows on the wall. He got out. Good on the little tyke, someone said in hysterics. Silence, Vadok shouted. He got out and we're happy. He's our little brother and we love him with all our hearts. Let us go, please, we beg you. No, you will stay in the cell forever and ever. Do you hear me? Leaving the door shut. Leaving the door slammed shut. And they were there by themselves again. And I'm glad he's out, but he will probably go back to GRB1. But if I were him, I'd be running for the hills right now. One of the siblings spoke quietly. I hope we see him again. At least once. Even if it's just 5 minutes, the other said. They all looked at each other. Some of his siblings were relieved that their siblings had escaped from the cell he'd been put into. They were proud of the fact that he would have a future and was safe at the same time. His other siblings were put somewhere else in the same building that his siblings were. The next day, Agent 1 climbed down from the tree. He was desperate to carry on with his journey to the town. Within half an hour after that, he had arrived in the ancient town of Dursba, set up back in 1066 when the Normans invaded the UK. The town itself was in southern Gloucestershire and just north of the vast Balladorn forest that spanned for miles and miles around. Agent 1 had walked for miles. For him, it felt like an age since he had broken out of the cell, when in reality it had only been about 18 hours since he had broken out of that cell that had contained him for so long. Hello, Igson. Welcome to the stream. I love that he got out quickly. Yeah, he got out quickly. It was just he was out of there. Absolutely. He was like, "Yep, I'm out." He walked through the town, immediately being recognised by kids and parents, saying, "God, he's alive." Agent 1 had been famous here ever since he had saved his school from 2 evil Zerodians who were going on a rampage through the school. The way he defeated them was genius. All teachers and students got to the other side of the playing field as he waited for the 2 aliens. Fired shots of a gun hit an oil tin in the canteen and the school blew up. Agent 1, while running to where the teachers and students were, dove to the floor. As the 2 Zerodians were in hot pursuit, the fireballs of the burning inferno hit the two running aliens and burned them alive. The news reports of that incident in the Dursba Times was the main story. Its headline read, "Local Kids Save School. JRB1 open for business." He walked through the town. Many recognised the face of the hero. They believed he was an incredible. They believed he was an incredible and was the hero that they deserved. On his journey through the ancient town, he was plastered to the smell of freshly cooked chips, and something that he concluded that he would probably never ever get to taste again, after what his uncle had done to him and his family. He carried on through the town, remembering every street corner and all of the best shops. He walked through the town, by Tesco's, by the school, then down the roads and into the trees where no soldiers who had been trying to find him at this point. By this point it was around 10 PM and Agent 1 decided that he would sleep in a tree once again. He woke up around 8 hours later and afterwards began walking to the GRB1 agency. Hold on a second, guys. I muted myself. Inadvertently I muted myself. Let me just read that last bit. Vadok and all his men gathered in a huge office and decided what they should do with the Agent 1 problem. It was decided that Agent 1 must be found at all costs. "We must find him and we must do it quickly," he muttered. They all nodded in agreement and the gathering ended and everyone wandered into their normal work zones. Vadok sat in his chair when his son walked in to speak with him about how he was able to get out of his cell. "Father, through CCTV we have discovered that little Mr. 1 escaped by jumping through the window head first." "Thanks, Carter. We will find him. I guarantee it, son." Vadok ushered to him. "I know, Father. Yes, we will find the little rat. He can't disappear for long," Carter said, laughing with his father as they walked down the corridor together. That's the end of chapter 2, guys. The next chapter, which I might read, is called chapter 3, GOB1. What do you guys think? Yes, so the story of Agent 1 is he is someone that... The main character, Agent 1, is a person that has gone through hell. Like, I believe I wrote this character in a way that I personally believe in a story the character must go from 0 to hero. I think a character's got to go from 0 to hero. It could be everywhere. So a guy in my college class had a different opinion to me that characters should go from the top to the bottom, where I believe that a character should go from the gutter to the top. So Agent 1 very much states to my philosophy here that everyone, you start from the gutter. So at the start of Dawn of Planets: The Attack from Space, Agent 1 is in the gutter. He is absolutely in the gutter. He's watched his life derail in front of him. You know, he's lost all his family, every emotional, everything emotional that has ever happened to him, like his siblings, everybody close to him has been absolutely thrown away. He has nothing left. He's basically got nothing left to fight for. He's got absolutely nothing left to fight for, if you get what I mean. So, do you guys get what I mean? So yeah, the whole story of Agent 1 at the start of the attack from space is that he's got nothing left to fight for. All his older siblings are gone, so the main character has got nothing left. That his mental confidence, his mental resistance, and his confidence are at an all-time low. He is absolutely in the gutter. There's nothing left. In the start of Dawn of Planets: The Attack from Space, Agent 1 is just... There's nothing left of him. He is at the absolute lowest low you can possibly get. Like, there's nothing left. He is in hell. You know, he's locked up in a... His uncle is a deranged uncle. Has him locked in a cell. Has him locked in a cage, in a glass cage. His siblings are locked in glass cages somewhere else. His parents are locked in a glass cage somewhere else too. There is physically nothing left. There's physically nothing left for him. Hello David, welcome to the stream. So yeah, guys, the whole point of Dawn of Planets: The Attack from Space as well, it's very much a coming of age story where Agent 1 has to get over the fact, has to sort of get real with the fact that he is the only survivor, that he is the last man standing. That the only member of his family that isn't gone is him. That there is nothing left of his family. He is the only man left. He's the last man. He is the last man standing. That is the character. I quite like that though as well. I like writing Agent 1 because he is a character that's from a young age has to come with that fact that being in the gutter is better than waiting for something that won't happen. If you guys get what I mean. Thank you to everyone who subscribed. We've crossed 7,600 subscribers. We are 399 away from hitting 8,000. Which is absolutely crazy. So thank you, everybody. Yeah, so that is Dawn of Planets. Dawn of Planets is also a coming of age story, where the main character, Agent 1, has to get to the grips that he is the last man standing. Everybody else is gone. Everybody that he's ever cared about is gone. Hello, Eagson. Santa just sent me a letter. Cool. Hello, Eagson. Welcome to the stream. When you joined just now, and I was saying random words, that was because I was reading a book. I read the first 2 chapters of my book, Dawn of Planets: The Attack from Space. I might read chapter 3 if people want me to do it, but my phone is going off. Hello, YouTuber Hubu. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Oh, right. I think I should read another chapter. I don't know why. Oh, God bless you has rejoined. Well, Arson has rejoined. Sorry, I keep calling him God bless you because that's what his name was on Decepted server. And he's the 101st member. Cool. I'm going to read another chapter. So I want to... Can I do this? Yes. Can I do that and have that open at the same time? That's pretty cool, isn't it? I can have 2 chapters open at the same time. I can do this at the same time. That's fantastic. Oh, shit. I've lost the page. Chapter 3. After walking through Dursba, he arrived at the doors of the GW1 agency. He walked to a huge hill that had 2 huge metal doors, but the metal was more of another worldly type that was far stronger than anything that was available on Earth. The doors opened, and he walked into the hill, which had a huge base in it with an armory, training centre, offices next to the main computer. There was a door and spiral corridor that went up around the inside of the hill. It led to Agent 1's office at the top. It had numerous doorways leading to places on the spiral walkway, which had no stairs, meaning it was accessible by everyone. Also on the walkway, there's Agent 1's personal bedroom. He did not live there, he lived with his parents, but in the case of emergency deemed GW1 level, it would be necessary for Agent 1 to stay in GW1 to make sure the emergency did not escalate into a national emergency. The complex itself was a fortress. It had strong walls made of some of the strongest metal there is, and was very defensible. The base was so well hidden, in fact, that only the GW1 agents knew of its precise location, as it was covered by trees, shrubs, that went up the hill and covered it on all sides. I've lost the page. That's amazing, isn't it? If you guys want to know, I'm reading a book out. He walked down to the training centre, where he saw all the other GW1 agents training and preparing for some sort of mission. He watched them all from behind, none noticing him, as he did not want to interfere in what they were doing just yet. He waited 10 minutes until he uttered the words, "This is interesting," in which he aimed the comment at his former second-in-command when he was leader of the agency, whose name was Agent 2. He had solid blonde hair and wore a GW1 power suit, just like Agent 1 did. "Oh, thank you. Oh my God, you're alive," exclaimed Agent 2. "Alive and well too," he said to his friend, before he then disappeared under a pile of agents hugging him. "How did you get away from Vadorks? And the others? Are you Simmons okay?" "I jumped through a window. I don't know where they are. They weren't at the same Vadorks secret presence." "Very well. Very well. I believe I'm to do this, my old friend. I will once again support you as Agent 2 and be your second in command. You created this place, and none would lead it better. Do you accept my offer, my old dear friend?" "I accept your offer too, and yes, I will take your offer for you to be second in command once again." Agent 1 replied as he sat back down at his desk chair later on. He wrote a note for the record. On the 12th of July 2014, Agent 1 returned to take his position as leader of the agents of GW1. 1 and 2 sat down at a desk and had a nice little chat on the events that had happened over the past year. Over a quiet cup of tea that was broken by the interruption of Agent 3, the only girl employed at GW1. 1, you're alive, you're alive. I knew it. Didn't I say I knew it too? I just knew it. I knew he was alive. Yes, you did, 3, he said. Hi, 3. Agent 1, said Agent 1. 1, hi, she cried happily. All 3 of the GW1 head commanders were known back in the day as being the great leaders, as great leaders. They were named by King Crixar Faltern, the 3 Amigos, or Prince Glamons of Glees, the Trinity. And then they all liked, and all 3 of them had incredible abilities. Agent 3 was a master of computers and was an overall badass and willing to jump out of her comfort zone at any given notice, whereas 3 was a great at fighting and was better at the paperwork side of things. On the other hand, Agent 1 can write anything, can use any weapon, and was a great and very influential speaker. Agent 2 briefed Agent 1 on what had happened in the past year, and then proceeded in taking him to the design bay where all the innovative technology was being developed. Later, Agent 1 and 3 were sat at the table catching up. So what happened to you in the last year, 3? Oh, lots and lots. I led an attack on the Halloween gang headquarters because they were planning to blow up a football stadium in London, but we thought of that attack before it could happen. I led the troops into a restaurant looking for their leader and arrested them. It was a momentous day. I see you had a momentous year then. I did have a good year, she replied. They all chatted about what had happened in the past year. Agent 1 slept in his GW1 room that night, as his parents were still locked up by his deranged evil uncle. I might stop here, guys. Brian Bayer. Hello, sad yes serial official. I've just been reading a book out that I published. So I'm halfway through chapter 3. I'm going to stop on chapter 3, I think. I'm going to stop at the end of chapter 3. I'm your big fan. Oh, thank you. It's really kind of you. I just want to scroll down a bit, guys. Oh, that's the end of the chapter, guys. That was the end of the chapter. Hold on. I subscribed to you. Oh, thank you. They created and tested quite a few new innovations and tools for the ever increasing JOB1 arsenal. And that's the end of the chapter. Can I send you a $50 donation? You can if you want, but don't feel obliged to donate. The day had been... So I could read chapter 4 if you guys wanted me to. Chapter 4 is called The Voice from Space. But that's such a cool name for a chapter, though, isn't it? Sometimes that I look back, I'm like, I really like the names of some of the chapters that I call things. How many... Sorry, what are you saying? How many did you have or last year in the next 2 or 3 years? I'm a little bit confused by what you mean by that, the noob. I'm a little bit confused by your second from last comment. I'm a little bit confused by like how many did you have or last year, 2, 3 years? I'm a little bit confused by what you mean. Like, do you mean how many books have I published over the last couple of years? Do you mean... I'm a little bit confused by your comment. How days you have in Mushroom in for original chat of the first game of this. Are you using text to speech, the noob? Are you using text to speech? A twist that old? Well, the book isn't that old. The book came out in 2024. The book came out last year. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about in the comments, because it's there's a lot of contradictions. There's a lot of word contradictions in it, if you get what I mean. How days times you have in the mushroom? I'm a bit confused what you mean. I thought it might have been text to speech, because sometimes when you use text to speech, it doesn't pick up what you're saying and then just picks words it thinks you've said. I'm saying that because I have a guy in my stream that does that. I have a guy in my stream that uses text to speech and doesn't realise that it doesn't, and doesn't realise what it's actually, what the comment has said. There's a guy in my stream that does that all the time. Like he Thank you to the people who subscribed. You guys are incredible. We're 398 subscribers away from hitting 8,000. Let's go build. Well, actually, no, we won't build that right now. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching this stream today. I think 500 of you have watched this video today. 500 of you have watched this video today. Oh, hold on. Saw a door there. How's the today? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh shit, the bed. Yeah. Thank you to the people who have subscribed today. Like, literally incredible, guys. I've got an idea. I just remembered why I didn't build that there, so we can have another street here, but we might have to create a new path here then. Perfect. I can't spell. I might read chapter 4 of the Dawn of Planets Attack from Space in a minute. I might do. But yeah, thank you guys. We're literally 398 subscribers off hitting 7,800 subscribers. We're literally 97 off hitting 7,000 700. If we can hit that, then that would be amazing, guys. That would be amazing if we could hit that. If we could hit that, that will be amazing. This sand... This sand I could take somewhere. I know where I'm going to take this. Thank you to the person who's just subscribed. We're 97 away. We're 200. We're 397 off hitting 7,800. Thanks. Yeah, thank you, Dr. FFFifu. That's a really nice comment. I'm a good writer. Thank you. That's really kind of you. I don't think I'm a good writer, but that's because I always think I can be better. That's the thing. I can always think I can be better. I'm back and you're going, Yeah, so I was thinking a second. I'm contemplating whether I read chapter 4. I'm contemplating whether I read one more chapter, because the next chapter is one of my favourite chapters. I'm just contemplating whether I read one more chapter. But there is 20 chapters, guys. I can tell you the names of the chapters off by heart, surprisingly. I can read most of most of them. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Why not? I've changed. I'm actually gonna do this, guys. I'm actually gonna read the last. I'm gonna read the yeah. I'm gonna do it, guys. I'm just gonna quickly. Just gonna quickly. Just gonna do that in a second. Just gonna respond to someone on Discord. Yeah, we're actually gonna read. We're gonna read chapter 4. I just want to get. I'm just trying to click a link. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly do that. I've got it open. I put it into words so I can read it at the same time. I'm gonna read chapter 4 on here because chapter 4 is literally my favorite chapter. So, chapter 4, The Voice from Space. The day had been going quite well. There was nothing abnormal going on. In fact, you can say it was quiet, but that was a good thing. Everyone loves quiet. 1, 2, and 3 were sat having a quick mid-afternoon briefing when the door was slammed open and an agent ran in. "What's wrong, Agent 20?" said Agent 1 quickly. "Several objects have just entered the upper atmosphere," Agent 20 said, panicking. "Probably just a few asteroids," 21 said, reassuring him. "That may be, sir, but asteroids don't tend to slow down," said Agent 20. This revelation lit Agent 1's eyes up as he lurched out of his chair and ran out of the office, ran down the spiral walkway to the main computer with Agents 2, 3 and 20 chasing after him. He reached the main computer, looked up at the big monitor behind the main computer on the wall, and spaceships, said one. Definitely looking that way, sir, said 20, who had finally caught up. Quite a few, to be honest. We estimate 10 to 15. Wait, that's a Zarodian ship, one said nervously. Is that a problem, sir? 20 said, quickly noticing Agent 1's nervousness. Well, it can't be. They're dead. King Zaltrode and Queen Zaltrafir are dead. They both died in a field. Do you have a dog? I do not have a dog. I wish I did, though. I do like dogs. I really like dogs, so I wish I had a dog. Well, it can't be, as they're dead. King Zaltrode and Queen Zaltrafir, they're dead. They both died in the school explosion when they attacked Haven Primary School back almost 2 years ago now, actually. It's one of GRB1's... It was one of GRB1's first conflicts. We saved over all the kids and all the staff in the school. Me and former second in command, Kyran Udonna, were on the field when they ran after me. While he got most of the other students to safety, the school exploded. I dived into the floor to make sure the debris didn't hit me, but it did kill both of them. Saved nearly 400 lives that day. Lots of kids signed up in troves to join GRB1 after wanting to make a difference to the world. That was one of my proudest moments of my life, Agent 1 said, reminiscing. Well, if they're dead, then who's that? Agent 2 interjected. Agent 1 turned sharply towards him. I have no idea, Agent 1 replied. Suddenly, all the monitors turned to a different frequency. What's happening? Where is that coming from? 3 said. As Agent 1 turned and said, I think we're about to find out. He said, as the monitors readjusted, showing a green creature with 2 legs, 4 arms, and the body shape of a boar, and very sharp teeth. But he looked like he was meant for business, as his mouth started to move. And out came a loud booming voice. Hello, Earthlings, creatures of Earth. You will listen to me. I am Zelrod, the Destroyer. Your world is now mine. Let me read that again. Hello, Earthlings, creatures of Earth. You will listen to me. I am Zelrod, the Destroyer. Your world is now mine. Your surrender is now. Refusal will guarantee your complete destruction. You have 30 minutes. He glared. Agent 1 and 2 looked up at the screen and Zarod and started to laugh. Thought I heard one in the background. Pardon me. Is he serious? 3 said, laughing. I don't know, but we have 30 minutes to respond, said 2 as he looked to Agent 1, who walked to the monitor and pressed the communication button. Zarodian High Command, this is Agent 1 of the GRB1 agents. Anyone reading me over? He said through the microphone. Loud and clear, Agent 1. Now what are your terms for the surrender? Wait, you're Agent 1. You weren't at GRB1. The Zarod shouted, becoming slightly nervous but unchanged. Well, I am back at GRB1, and the teams of the surrender are that there will be no surrender. Good day, good night, goodbye. As he turned off the transmission off. What an absolute twonk. Surrender to me. I'm Zarod the Destroyer. More like Zarod the Embroider. Agent 1 said, laughing with all the other agents, laughing in unison. You've only turned the transmission off. We can still hear you. And Agent 1, this is Zarod of Zaltron. Be quiet. You do not understand anything, boy. So silence your tongue. And I am not an embroider. He roared. Are you going to leave, or not? We are too busy to deal with you. Now, please go back to Zaltron. He said calmly. Well, it's time to remove the human race, as the German agents have proved their stubbornness. Zarod ranted as the screens went back. Well, I have done, said Agent 1, who had his face in his hand. Agent 1 looked at 2 and 3 and murmured, what have I just done? Said Agent 1, who had his face in his hands. What you did is what any normal person would do. Tell them who's boss. 2 said, placing a hand on 1's shoulder. He broke off as the phone rang, and the phone was one of those older recorded ones. Bring. Room service, please. I'm joking. That's not actually part of the story, guys. I'm just taking the piss. Agent 1, leader of the Jeroboam agents. Ah, yes, ma'am. We will be out on the streets if they do plan to launch an attack. Who was that? 3 said. The Prime Minister, Cornelia Mendrizin, has asked the Jeroboam agents to assist with the defence of the country. If they attempt to invade... Wait, hold on. Does that mean that we're government recognised? That we're now government recognised? Let's do a good job. We can finally get that government funding. One said cross. There's another thing. They've only aimed this transmission at Great Britain. War Minister David Croft has confirmed this to the PM. Looks like they're going to try and invade us first. I'll monitor the skies, 3 said, walking to the chair in front of the main monitor. They all agreed on ideas and decided that they were going to work as a team to win this. Although they had fought aliens once or twice before, they knew that nobody would know twice before. Let me read that again, my eyes. Although they had only fought aliens once or twice before, nobody would know, as they were ready and up for anything. It came from whether it came from home or came from a home or abroad or across the cosmos. They talked the talk and walked the walk about what they could do against the invaders. They had experience in battling aliens. They knew never to underestimate them. Agent 1 was nervous as the last time he fought an alien, it went wrong, and he was paranoid, but he would make the statements. I shouldn't be back here, Agent 1 blurted. What? Agent 2 questioned. I'm not cut for this, Agent 1 cried. What do you mean? Agent 3 asked calmly. The last battle against aliens, I led and failed. What if I do it again? You won't. You're our leader. You won't. You're our leader, 1. And we will follow you to the end of the earth, Agent 3 reassured him. Thanks, 3. No problem. She replied as they walked to the main hub to join Agent 2, who was trying to calm the other agents who feared what was going on. Agent 1 went through the agents who were scared for their lives or panicking about their families' lives. In the ruckus, Agent 1 jumped onto the top of the table, grabbed a gun, and shot it into the air. Your families will be fine. Do you know why? Because this agency will protect them. You will protect them. I promise. Trust me, like you once did before. He roared inspiringly. The 3 head agents reassured the other agents that they would be safe no matter what. When in fact they did not know themselves what was going to happen. They just needed the other agents to back them to keep the country from falling into the aliens' hand, who demanded them give up their word. But as they planned their ideas, the whole country was falling apart on what was happening, which caused utter pain and confusion. No one knew what was going to happen, and the government remained silent, as usual. I loved writing this story. I will admit, guys, I came up with this when I was 10. So I actually really like this story because what it became from I come up with the idea when I was 10, and then I wrote it. I adapted it into what became the attack from space spans from what I wrote in 2014. So I started rewriting it in 2019, and I wrote it for a little bit. Totally forgot about it for a long time, and then I came back to it in December of 2023, and I wrote the attack from space. I completely and utterly rewrote in 2023 and I published it in 2024. Chapter 5 is called the Mendrizin Appeal, which I will read the Mendrizin Appeal because I will read the Mendrizin Appeal, guys, chapter 5, because the Mendrizin Appeal is everything you'll ever want from a politician in history. I think this is the greatest speech I've ever written. I think chapter 5 is the greatest political, the best sort of speech I've ever written. Panic consumed the nation. All sense of democracy had gone. Meanwhile, at Downing Street, the government were dumbstruck on what to do and what they could say to bring the nation back to sanity. This is when they saw her, the outstandingly incredible Prime Minister, Cornelia Mendrizin, walked into the room and looked at the ministers. It's time, don't you think? Time for what, Prime Minister? It's time to show our nation we haven't abandoned them like so many governments have done before, and it's time to show them that we care. It's time for us to show the Zarodins that we will not give our home to them. So come on, let's go change the world. She said it statically. 30 minutes later, All televisions in the UK tune to the same frequency, all into the eyes of the Prime Minister. Just gonna scroll down a bit. Just want to scroll down a bit. Hello, I know you're scared. I'm scared too. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm scared for the future of my children, but I do know that we are British and they will never be able to take that away from us. I know you fear them, but let's not use our fear in an act of panic. Let's use our fear as our driving force to bring these people down. And I say to you, we as a nation cannot be assumed by our petty differences. We are all one nation. We are all one people. We are British. We are the people of this country. No alien race beyond the stars can take that from you. We will never surrender to the Zarodians. We will fight to the death to save our country. We are British, and united we are invincible. We will fight on the oceans, in the fields, in the mountains if we must, in the plains, the streets, in the shopping centres, in the football stadiums too, and we will not surrender. I promise to you, we will get through this. We are all one people. We are all British, and we will never let Britain fall to the Zarodians. We will fight to protect. We will never forget those who died to save our country from the aliens. I promise to you now, every man, woman and child must fight to survive, but we will get through this. War Minister David Croft has assured me that we will get through this. Hello, the Jazz. Welcome. I'm reading a book out that I published last year. I'm reading chapter 5. War Minister David Croft has assured me that we will get the army out to take down these monsters if they are to land. Even the GRB agents have assured the government they will be out on those streets and will be ready to attack the Zarodians if they are to land. So I say to you, stand together and never surrender. We are the ones who own this country, and let me say this, no Zarodian, no army will ever take it from you. Remember who we are. We are children of Britain. The Zarodians can claim this world, and they say that we will give it, but we never will. This is our home. We will never stop fighting. Who are we? We are the United Kingdom. We are the United Kingdom. We are the United Kingdom. Let's go scroll down a bit. We are the United Kingdom. We are the United chants of we are the United Kingdom were shouted all the way up and down the country. In GRB1, the agents all stood together shouting, we are the United Kingdom, we are the United Kingdom. Madrizen started again, but never forget, heroes die, but they are always remembered, and anyone dies in the protection of this country will always be remembered and honoured. Good luck. Goodbye, good luck, and God save the Queen. The message stopped and all TVs turned out. We'll prepare for battle, everyone. We must make sure they don't take our country from us. Come on, move, Agent 1 commented. Agent 1 stood in front of the agents. Today an invasion is coming for our world, and we must show them that we are... I actually wrote that. I actually wrote this for my GCSE exam, from my English exam. My old uni lecturer, my old school teacher told me, take something that you've ever written, and do it in your exam. So for your creative writing. So my creative writing thing was the Cornelia Mindrizin speech. Hello, mate. How are you doing today? I'm doing really well, not Mr. Void. I'm actually, as part of this stream at the moment, I'm actually reading out part of my book. Yeah, so the speech, we are the United Kingdom, we are the United Kingdom. That's one of my favourite things I've ever written. I love this bit here from Agent 1 as well. Today an invasion is coming for our world. We must show them that we are not going down without a fight. And I'm telling you, go out there and give it our all. So get out there and do what you do best. Be agents of the German agency. He roared, flipping the table in front of them as the agents marched out the doors ready for battle and war. In London, Prime Minister Cornelia Mindrizin looked at her ministers as she put the corded phone back down on the table and looked up at her officials who stared at her. Prime Minister, that speech was incredible. Thank you, Mr. Canton. Mindrizin replied whilst taking a sip of her hot cup of tea that was on the desk next to her. Now let's hope that speech has united our people. Our government will not win this war, but the people of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland will. She said, hopeful, as she and her cabinet were taken downstairs into a bunker of some sorts where they would be safe and secure, as it was an almost guarantee that the Zarodians would target London and Downing Street herself. The bunker itself was manic. People running between, beginning to monitor the situation. The Prime Minister and her team were whisked into a situation room where they could review the crisis in real time. Chapter 6, The Attack. I loved that chapter because it is true. You know, in a time of a crisis, what does the government do? The government just sits there and does nothing. But in this alien invasion, the Prime Minister basically refuses to. The Prime Minister basically says, "We will go. We're gonna." Is that written by you? Yeah. This is actually published by me as well. It's actually on Amazon. It's actually a book on Amazon. The Prime Minister actually. I loved the story of that the Prime Minister says, you know, I'm gonna be the Prime Minister. I think I wrote somewhere, I'm not sure if it's in this book, but the Prime Minister says in this this Prime Minister says later on, I wanted to be a woman of peace, but I turned into a woman at war. I became a woman of war, and because she is the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister in this story goes from being a peaceful Prime Minister to having to be a Prime Minister of war. I loved that chapter because that chapter is, I think that chapter is the greatest speech of all time. Taking a nation of panicked people after the answer of "Are we alone in the universe?" has just been answered, and they're threatening to kill them. For the Prime Minister just to go straight live and go, "We're all one people. We're all one people." Boom. Hello, Aura Belly. Welcome to the stream. We're just reading I've just read a couple of chapters of a novel that I wrote, so I might read chapter 6, guys, just because. Shall I read chapter 6? Chapter 6 is called The Attack, so yeah, I think I should. So I will. Therefore I will. Right, so therefore, guys, I'm going to do that. I'm going to read you one more chapter, guys. I'm going to read you guys one more chapter. Chapter 6, The Attack. An embassy of small fighter ships left the bigger Zarodian spacecrafts and entered into the upper atmosphere. They were tracked by JB-1 and the British Armed Forces. These fighter craft were systematically shot out of the air. Yeah, so there's a line later on. There's a line later on that Agent 1 calls her the greatest Prime Minister in history. But she's based on a couple of... I read a fan fiction and I saw the name Cornelia and I really liked the name, so I nicked it. These fighter craft were systematically shot out of the sky. This did nothing but anger the Zarodians, who sent more fighters out, which they could not keep track of them all. The skies were now under Zarodian control. The attacks on the ground begun. They flew above towns and villages, dropping bombs over civilian-occupied areas. These bombs rained down. Buildings erupted to dust. Brings flung into the sky, striking a few unlucky sods who were too slow to get out of the way. The ships swerved throughout I can't speak. The ships swerved around, shooting laser beams that launched out a green flash that exploded anything that it hit. Destruction everywhere. There was no safe place in the towns from the green monsters as they were trying to destroy these towns. RAF RAF planes flew over, but their planes were totally incapable against the Zarodian fighters, as they were more manoeuvrable than the RAF fighters. They were shot down, crashing over farmers' fields. One even crashed into the side of a school. If you think the towns were being hit hard, London was an active war zone. Thousands of planes were flying in all directions above the sky, hitting anything of human importance. Big Ben had the top of his tower explode just above the clock face, which was still bonging like normal. Tower Bridge somehow avoided being hit. Downing Street had lost a tiny scattering of roof tiles. Please continue dignified leisure. Yeah, it's just I stumble over some words sometimes. Zarod and his generals were on the ship watching the visuals at desk. I did not realise that they were this weak. Well, this should be easier than expected, Zarod said. We'll be toasting victory soon, my lord, General Forcio said, laughing. We will indeed. Our new planet will be ours soon, Zarod said as he turned towards the monitor. Sir, a young soldier said. We have tracked the GRB1 agency. We've tracked where the GRB1 agency is located. Excellent. Where? Said Zarod happily. Durisbus, sir. Well then, General Forcio launched an attack on Durisbus right this second, yelled Zarod as the call was called in, and an attack force was subsequently dispatched. Meanwhile, GRB1 Agent 1 and 2 sat in the main area watching the visuals of what was going on up and down the country. London was being bombed mercilessly. I've lost the smoke now. Smoke was billowing up into the sky. Fires were raging uncontrollably, with the smell of burning rubber, tints of asbestos from older burning buildings was moving through the air. In Durisburg, life went on as it had done many times before. It was when the planes flew over it changed. They launched missile strikes at any building which took their fancy. Durisburg's secondary school, Edgewater High School, which was named after Michael Edgewater, who served as head teacher for 38 years between 1964 and 2002. He retired 12 years ago, aged 77. The school was hit with a missile which caused a mass block to partially collapse in on itself. Teachers began to get their students out into the school, out into the woods, behind the school where they would be safe from the missiles and the falling debris. More fighters came down, and Agent 1 was quickly informed, and his reaction was shoot them down, which he said firmly. Bricks burst and metal cracked. People ran for cover as a battle raged above their heads. A young gentleman was impaled by a fallen metal rod which had come off a TV aerial that had come loose after the house it was on top of had been hit by a missile. Bombs were dropped like no tomorrow. A dust cloud had erupted. People on the ground could not see 5 feet in front of them as the sky turned to red. The GRB1 agents had missile cannons going at full throttle. Even they were struggling to hit down Zarodian ships, but explosions caused brick and concrete to shoot in all directions. The attack worsened. Planes swooped through the sky, shooting anything below them. Buildings, vehicles, anything they could lay their eyes on, really. The school had been hit with bombs. The school had been hit with bombs. The shelf containing all the paints in the art room had exploded over the art teacher's face. The sports hall in the PE department's roof collapsed. Part of the tallest building on the school site collapsed, and the huge metal doors at the reception burst off their hinges and crashed to the ground with a terrible thud. A shot-down Zarodian spaceship crashed straight through the science department and lit off all the flammable chemicals stored for experiments, which caused the building and the surrounding areas around the science block to burn, which they created a nasty explosion. Sorry guys, I just need to click something a second. Here we go. Students that had not been taken to the woods ran for their lives as planes flew around, spewing laser blasts from these fighters. As the shot-down planes also smashed into the ground, fields caught fire and some poor people were burned alive. Billows of smoke pierced up to the sky as the battle raged on. The Zarodians turned their attention to GRB1, and GRB1 turned their attention to Agent 1, who started to distribute orders to his agents on what they were going to do to defend the town. Get the power in the air, Agent 1 shouted. The power was GRB1's supership. It was gifted to them by King Lamons of Gliese, of the world of Gliese 581c, that was his scientific name, while the GRB1 agents just called it Gliese, as no other humans knew of the people living there. As a sign of goodwill between the people of Gliese to Agent 1 for helping them stop a dangerous threat on their planet, they gave him the power as a token of their goodwill. The ship had hundreds of rooms, at least 68 million rounds of ammunition, and it had thousands of seats ready to go off to wherever it was needed. It had a long black design, but at least 1,500 feet long and 800 feet wide. It was capable of short space travel. The battle on the surface continued ferociously, with GW1 able to shoot down a Zarodian plane down to Earth. There was suddenly a huge tremor in the distance as the ground separated, and the dark silhouette of the power rose through the ground to the raging battle above. On the surface, there were screams of delight. Finally, they all shouted. All the Zarodian ships now turned to the black monster. The tsunami of ships moved ever closer to the power. All was silence. And Agent 1, who was standing in the town, looked up. No, not yet. Wait. Hold, he said silently. Hold, he said. Fire, he yelled, as the power still moving towards the incoming Zarodian ships. As they moved towards the power too, the huge ship, with a huge roar and a fusilier of shots, the mighty monster pushed forward, destroying all in its path. The remaining Zarodian ships were forced to retreat out of the atmosphere. The noise of cheers erupted, the noise of cheer and victory chants were sung, as people of all shapes and sizes function as one to pull people to safety, to put out the fires that were trying to spread. The news of the Zarodians battering in Dursburg caused Zarod to withdraw all the fighters from the atmosphere and potentially rethink the strategy. Meanwhile, back at the GW1 headquarters, Agent 1 received a phone call from the Prime Minister. We think they've left for now, but we have no trace for them across the country right now, he said kindly. Agent 1, thank you for this intelligence, but I was actually calling you to congratulate you on the repellence of the Zarodian army. You've done the people of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland a great service. We thank you many times, the Prime Minister. Thank you, Prime Minister, but I fear the worst is yet to come. I don't believe they've travelled 1 trillion billion light years to launch a couple of planes on us. Very well, keep us posted on what GW1 finds, the Prime Minister said quickly. Yes, Prime Minister. Agent 1 walked to the bed and stripped off the GW1 metal suit and jumped into bed and turned out the light. The alarm sounded around 6 or 7 hours later as Agent 1 got back up, pulled the suit, put the metal power suit back on, and ran down the spine recorder. What is it? We're tracking Zarodian battleships. They've just entered the atmosphere. Call down and start and alert the PM. Now. Yes, sir. Do not say it. What? Do not say it. What, power suit? Do not say 67. I didn't say 67. There is a person called Agent 67, but that's not my... I wrote this before that meme. Oh, the 67 million rounds of ammunition. Well, I wrote this story in 2024 before that meme took over. Agent 1 was later in the armory, which only Agent 1, 2 and 3 had keys to the armory, and it was one big room that was at least 3,000 square foot and had 4 floors. There was a fence around a huge hole that went down through all 4 floors. The floor names was Floor 0, Sub-Level 1, Sub-Level 2 and Sub-Level 3. Agent 1 was at Sub-Level 3, the bottom level of the armory, and Agent 2 appeared on Floor 0 and looked down the barrier. This attack is countrywide. Agent 2 hollowed down to Agent 2. Agent 2 hollowed down to 1, who was about 24 feet below him, as each floor is at least 8 feet high. Oh, okay. Actually, 2. Can you grab the rifles from the Shelf 7E up there? While I grab the proto grenades from down here. 1 yard. Do we need the forbidden weapons one? Agent 2 said. No, I don't think so. Well, not yet at least. Said calmly. The forbidden weapons was part of the armory on Sub-Level 3 that you could only get to by using a key on a huge black metal door on the back wall. The key was split into 3 parts and had to be put together by connecting all 3 keys. And all 3 parts were in the hands of Agent 1, Agent 2 and Agent 3. The door itself was made from one of the strongest metal that there is and was exceptionally durable. The battleships flew over. The sky The battleships flew over the sky, raining hell from above, as they destroyed houses, streets, and engulfed towns in flames. Laser bolts were fired everywhere. Bricks flew everywhere. No one could see where they were going, as the bricks and smoke cut people's visibility. Children wailed, mothers cried, and fathers shouted as their homes had been destroyed, and they were all now crawling across the grounds as towns were levelled and destroyed. The attacks kept coming. The rest of Big Ben, that had not already partially collapsed earlier on, completely collapsed and fell into the River Thames. All the glass of the Shard exploded, which left just the metal floors. The Queen was evacuated shortly from Buckingham Palace and taken to an undisclosed location. Only an hour before, a Zarodian bomber hit Buckingham Palace and blew a hole through the side wall. The damage of the attacks across the country was now measured at least £12 billion in costs in one day alone. GW1 had the power in the air, shooting down ships. However, the attacks seemed to be everywhere, so it was physically impossible for them to be everywhere at once. It was an undeniable fact that people were going to lose their homes and potentially their lives. The army had gotten involved, using bomber planes to shoot down Zaradian fighters, and they were dropping bombs onto the big ships and hoping of destroying one of them, which nothing came of it, though. The aerial battle lasted all night, and by morning broke, tens of thousands had died. Many cities had been hit. London had been hit continuously. Downing Street was hit by a bomb. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister was not there. She was at her checkers. But even though the fires in towns and cities, the one thing the invaders had not taken was their hope. In the morning, Agent 1 walked over the ruins of buildings in Dursby, looking for bodies or people in the need of saving. Across the radio, was Mandrisin's voice. To those who have lost all, let me reread that a second. Let me just get. I couldn't see the stream and that at the same time. There we go. Ooh. I lost where I was, guys. Across the radio was Mandrisin's voice. To those who have lost all, do not fret. We are one nation. We grieve as you do. And remember, heroes die, but they are remembered. Never forget that, she told a grieving nation. For the Zarodians, there was a sound of achievement lingering in the air as they parted for their achievement and sent a message down to earth. This is our world now, and you will do as we say. They all boomed as Zarod was over the moon. It was a victory for him at last. He knew Agent 1 was still breathing. It would be hard to bargain to get through, as the agents would only come back harder and harder. So, the Zarodians planned their next attack to be more powerful and more destructive, to teach the agents what terror really means. But then the next wave came and went, then the next and next, and yet they still did not give up. JW1 got a call later on in the day, stating that Cornelia Mandrisin, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, wanted to visit the GW1 headquarters. Well, if it could be arranged, which it was shortly arranged to happen in 2 days. More bombs fell during the night. The attacks were becoming more frequent. The entire world was watching on. So far, the Zarodians had only targeted Great Britain. The President of the United States, Gerrit Peacock, sent a package of 50 million rounds of ammunition to Great Britain to aid them with the fight. As JRB-1 prepared for what they deemed would be the third wave of Zarodian attacks, they prepared by gathering ammunition, preparing guns, and making sure it was all safe. A missile from the power hit a Zarodian ship, which caused it to crash onto the ground, which blew up a building, but it also killed the enemy. I like how you added the political chat. Well, yeah, that was just a joke. The next day, Agent 1 was sat in his office when the alarm sounded, but this time it was not to announce an imminent Zarodian attack. It was to announce the arrival of the Prime Minister. So Agent 1 walked out into the middle of the field in front of GRB to meet the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Agent 1 said, smiling. Agent O, she was cut off by a huge bang. The laser bolt tore through her chest, and in an embassy of screams, the lifeless body fell to the ground with a great big thud. Cornelia Jane, Prime Minister of the Cornelia Jane Mandrisin, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, was dead. Didn't expect that though, did you? Everyone loves the Prime Minister. She's dead. She dies. What do you guys think? Like, that's a massive way to end it. that's not. I'm not going to end it like that, but that is a way of. That is the. That's a way of showing the story. You like the Prime Minister. Now she's gone. Chapter 7. The Passing of Mindrizin. News of Cornelia Mindrizin's death surfaced a few hours later. After it shocked the nation with many in mourning. The news of one of the best Prime Ministers the country had ever had was dead, and the way she died shocked the world. She was quickly offered a state funeral for the first time since the death of Ramthard Bakerton, who served as Prime Minister from 1959 to 1974. The United States, France, Germany, Italy and Australia all sent their messages of support to the United Kingdom. United States President Peacock went so far to say Cornelia Mindrizin was an outstanding soul who was more worried about protecting her people more than herself. She will forever be in our hearts, and we will honour her with every field sown and every plant grown. Rest in peace, Cornelia, he said in a touching tribute. The sadness nothing but delighted the Zarodians, as the idea of having Mindrizin out of the picture meant that the moral would be tarnished. Their morale would be tarnished to their political leader's death. It's only a matter of time, Sebastian, until they learn they are defeated. Yeah, you're not expecting it, which is why I did it. Yes, ha 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 ha. Well, yes, my love, we're only days away by our calculation. Yes, haha, I can't believe it. I am just days away from killing my enemy, the young boy who killed my parents, and claiming my new world. Zarod beamed gleefully. It's on the 20th of July 2014. The funeral of Cornelia Mindrizin took place. Agents 1, 2 and 3 attended. President Peacock jetted in from Washington to attend the funeral. It took place at an undisclosed location due to the threat of a Zarodian attack. All the members of Mindrizin's family were in attendance, apart from Mindrizin's youngest daughter Ophelia, who was only 5 years old, and was not brought with them, as she had not been told by her father or her older siblings about how her mother's death had occurred. Agent 1 met her children, Arthur 18, Charlotte 17, Milo 15, Ellie 12 and David 11, who all thanked him for getting Jeroboam agents to take her body inside so the Zarodians would not desecrate it further. Agent 1 had to give a speech about Mindrizin and her incredible stand against the invaders. He walked forward towards the podium and pulled out a speech from his pocket. Cornelia Mindrizin was an incredible lady. She never surrendered, she never backed down, and she was without a doubt the best Prime Minister we could have ever had in the present circumstances. She never gave up, she never gave in. Without her we would have already collapsed to Zarod. If it were not for her leadership, we will always remember her with all our hearts. To the Mindrizins I say, your mother, your wife, died a true hero. We hear all the time of the great leaders of the past, the Churchills, the Delano Roosevelts, the Alexander the Greats and the Napoleon Bonapartes. Well, I think we can add a new name to the greats, and her name is Cornelia Mindrizin. And I can add that she did not die in vain, but the people of the United Kingdom will make sure that Zarod the Destroyer will. He finished and looked across to see the entire Mindrizin family streaming with tears. Plot twist, yeah. I'm going to end it there, guys. I'm going to end it there. But literally 2 lines down. Actually, let's just read the end this bit. The Jeroboam agents continued to stop Zarodian attacks for most of the day. That was until they saw the ships above were amassing for what they were calling the Big One. Hundreds of massive ships had arrived from Zaltron and by far were ready for a fight. Each ship alone carried 100,000 men. The fleet gathered above the earth, ready to launch the next phase in their overall plan. However, they had no idea that Jeroboam was monitoring their every movement through the satellites to keep them safe. Above Above on the biggest ship, Zarod and his head General Sebastian gathered to discuss the invasion plans. "How many do we have?" he asked. "Approximately 10 million soldiers here and ready, and a further 25 million soldiers on the way. My lord, we do have enough to launch phase 2 of the Zarodian invasion of Earth," Sebastian replied. "Well, we have enough, and we will begin the conquest of Earth tomorrow. We will take Dursba and all of the other towns in that region. We will move on to the big cities," Zarod confirmed. The next day, GW1 awoke to a green ray shot from the Zarodian ship. It hit South Wales and destroyed towns, houses, farms, and took lives too. They sent bombs to cities and towns, which caused carnage on a massive scale, but they did not surrender to the Zarodians. This was unusual, as they had been battered with bombs. Their prime minister had died, but they still did not give up. This angered Zarod. "We need to hurry this up. We've been here for 9 days, and we are still no closer to claiming this world than we were on day 1. Adrian walked up to the spiral corridor to his office. He looked at the reports. "Have you found anything yet, Sue?" "No, not yet." "Okay." Across the country in an office, Vadok Shimpa sat in his office. When his daughter walked in, holding a phone. "Yes," he said, recognizing the phone. Mr. Shimpa," a figure said. "Mr. Kronza," Vadok said. I hear you failed containing our prisoner." "Sir, I tried," Vadok replied. "Well, you do need to find him. He's one of the most dangerous things there is," he said again. "Okay, sir. But before you do that, let him defeat Zarod." "But Zarod's my friend," Vadok replied. The phone went dead. Vadok looked confused. Why would someone tell him to let his nephew defeat his friend? Sophia had walked out after handing the phone. She had no idea. What went on in there. But on the other hand, she didn't really care either. Chapter 8. Barnesfield. There was great news on the 21st of July. Former Prime Minister Harry Barnesfield, who was the Prime Minister of the UK from January 1998 to July 2013, who lost the general election to Cornelia Mendrizen's Labour Party last year, had been appointed the leader of the national government. Made up every single political party in the UK, Labour, Conservative, Liberal Democrats, Green, UKIP, and pretty much every other political party in the United Kingdom had dropped their differences to fight the Zarodians. This government was to be called the GBNC, the Great British National Coalition. He was a powerful figure, and many were happy to see him back in the office of Prime Minister again. They believed this crisis would be quickly over under him. Barnesfield's first address to the nation as a new Prime Minister raised people's morals. "I know how much you have suffered and are hurt by this, but what has happened has happened to all. So let's rebuild this let's rebuild this country, and let's show these invaders what it means to be British." Later that night, a catastrophe occurred. The Zarodians used an electromagnetic pulse that took out the internet, while it blocked it out, which caused children up and down the country to cry as their world was over. They could no longer watch YouTube. That's generally a line in there, actually. The main problem for GW1 was that it took out the satellites too, so they could no longer keep an eye on watch what the Zarodians are doing. The only thing they knew was a fully fledged invasion was nearby. Without the satellites, there was no hope. They could no longer track. They were sitting ducks. The fires burned bright with smoke going high into the atmosphere. The country was in mourning. Hundreds of thousands of people had died in the space of just 7 days. But this war was by far from over, as the evil menaces were still above. All the GW1 agents had gathered in the main hub. Most of them arguing and pushing each other. "This is madness," Agent 3 confirmed. "This is chaos," Agent 2 added. "This is politics," Agent 1 shouted. "How the hell is this politics?" 3 questioned, looking at Agent 1. "I don't know. You two had all the good ones," Agent 1 said as 3 rolled her eyes. Eventually, Agent 1 had enough of this constant bickering and leapt onto a table to address them. "I know you're scared, but I know that we will always go out there and give it our all." He stepped off the table and suddenly he had an idea. We turn on auxiliary power, we could theoretically turn satellites back on and get them to broadcast. They tried this theory and it turned out it worked, so they could still keep an eye on the Zarodians' targets. Blimey, there are hundreds of them. Harry Barnesfield sat at his desk. He had a cake and a cup of tea nestled in front of him as the phone rang. Yes, hello, this is Barnesfield. Mr. Barnesfield, this is Agent 1 of the Jobron Agents. We have worked out a way to get the satellites back on. Agent 1 said, Fantastic, Mr. 1. He said, however, from reports of the satellites show that there are hundreds of Zarodian ships. We think they're gearing up for the invasion. Agent 1 said, Thank you, Agent 1. Keep us posted on these startling developments. Barnesfield informed him as he put the phone back on the table and leant back on his chair and began to eat his cake. Meanwhile, the Zarodians were planning their huge invasion plan. They were planning to kick in the next few days. Sir, our final plans have been created. A soldier went to say to Lord Zord. Zarodian fighters started bombing runs on cities. There were screams of help as buildings fell, the debris knocking people off their feet. The attacks kept coming blow after blow, and the skies were covered with thousands upon thousands of swarming Zarodian fighter planes, bombing and bombing. The news from the United States here for my American audience. This is where I bring the United States into it. The news from the United States was bleak indeed. The Zarodians had learned of the US supplying weapons to the UK, so President Peacock was killed in a bombing run on his motor parade as he was leaving Washington. Vice President Nerez Corman, which was pronounced as Nerez Corman, also died as well. Everyone in the presidential line of succession in the bombing, leaving the position of president to be taken by General Jeffrey Gordon, a really rough and ready type of guy, as the 46th president of the United States. President Gordon's first speech to the American people as president was more or less clear with his thick Texan accent. My fellow Americans, I speak to you for the first time as president. Today at 8 a.m., the President Peacock and Vice President Nerez Corman and all the presidential line of succession were killed by an attack by the Zarodians in retaliation for us giving arms to the United Kingdom. And I will tell you here and now, we will not tolerate an act of terror. We are launching a nuclear strike against the Zarodian ships effective immediately, and they will see that they cannot fight the American man like they can the British man, as the American man is much better than the British man, and they will see the true American muscle. God bless the United States of America and good night. The nuclear bomb hit Zarod's flagship and did not even scratch it. The dark at Xavier's shields were too strong. The Americans were embarrassed to say the least. President Gordon was mocked quite a bit. The Zarodians fired back and hit the White House, which reduced it to rubble, meaning it was the first time a US president was not living at the White House since the War of 1812, when it was burnt down by the British, in which they had to paint it white to hide the fire damage, which is why it became the White House. Yes, so that's the joke. America go and nuke it, and then it just goes wrong. Agent 1 shouted in his office, ranting about how Gordon was an absolute idiot for launching a nuke at them. He's an idiot, an absolute idiot. So now they're going to launch deadly weapons on us, as one United States president could not hold back on urging. Let me read that again. Agent 1 was in a rant about how President Gordon was an absolute idiot for launching a nuke at them. He's an idiot, an absolute idiot. So now they're going to launch deadly weapons on us, as one US president could not hold back the urge to click the great big red button. American muscle, my ass. Oh, the American man's much better than the British man. Quite the opposite. At least the British man has a brain and thinks before he acts. Agent 1 ranted as he walked up and down his office. Agent 2 had consigned himself to read important documents to hide himself from Agent 1's ranting, whereas Agent 3 smiled awkwardly after hearing all of Agent 1's rant. I love that end bit about the American man's much better than the British man. Quite the opposite. At least the British man thinks before he acts. I love that one. I'm like, that's just a joke. It's a joke, guys. I love America, really. Oh, here we go. The attacks from the Zarodian fighters died down for the night. Agent 1 was standing in his office looking out of the office window which looked outside. It had been cut through the hill, which nobody apart from the Gerberone agents knew about its location. But it hid the main doors. Agent 1's office was obscure at the top of the hill, surrounded by the trees and shrubs to be noticed. He stood there looking out of the window, looking at Dursby in the distance. Through the trees, looking at the fire still burning from the Zarodian attacks of earlier in the day. His office had a grey carpet and was smallish. The smallest side of the table was against the window wall. The door, which was also glass, was attached to. The desk went across the room on its longest side, which there was only a 2 or 3 foot gap between the wall and the window that Agent 1 was looking out of. Just behind the table there lay Agent 1's desk, and behind that was a file cabinet that stretched from wall to wall, which was only about 6 feet. At the opposite side of the room there was another glass wall that led to a slightly bigger room, which was with a conference room and a monitor at the back wall. The glass wall turned and went across outside this conference room, where the metal with the side facing outwards had a couple of small windows like the ones in Agent 1's office in the next room. The conference room had a few secret features, including a kettle or fridge, which if they had a meeting they might need one of those, but even so, Agent 1 was still using it as his personal fridge. Now they'd gone quiet, Agent 1 decided to call it a night. He left the office, walked down the spiral staircase and went into his bedroom and went to bed. At one of Gingard's operations units, Vadok Shimper sat in his chair drinking a cup of tea, looking at his watch when a soldier ran in, which he dropped his tea. "Sir," the guy said. "What?" Vadok snored. "We have found Agent 1. "Where?" Vadok's replied with his eyes lighting up. Dursby, sir. So we're going to Dursby. Get everyone. He was spotted in He was spotted in Dursby, sir, helping with the recovery efforts and putting out the fires from the Zarodian attacks," the soldier said. "Great, get everyone, we're going to Dursby right this second. Prepare to move out," Vadok said happily. Meanwhile, Harry Barnesfield, persuaded by the United Kingdom Parliament, opted for peace. This is UK Prime Minister Harry Barnesfield with an urgent message for Lord Zarod of Zaltron. "This is Lord Zarod. "This is Lord Zarod. What do you want, Mr. Barnesfield?" "I want you to leave our war. We have nothing wrong, so please, I ask you, let us be." "Well, no, Mr. Barnesfield. Agent 1, leader of the Gerberone agents, killed my parents 2 years ago when we attacked. So I'll not go, I'll not leave, and your world will pay the price. I'm going forward with my plans, and your people will not be able to stop me. End transmission." Barnesfield leant back in his chair. "Well, it was worth a try, sir," said David Croft, War Minister of the United Kingdom. "Thanks, David. Where are we on the plans?" "Nowhere, really. We have no intelligence whatsoever. Our best hope is that they don't invade, but if they do, we need to try and work something out," said David Croft, who looked across at the rest of Barnesfield's cabinet. The communication doesn't go well. The rest of Barnesfield's cabinet, along with Mr. Croft, stood up and raised their glasses to the Prime Minister. They all shouted, "Thanks, guys, but this is to war. Let's go out and win this," Barnesfield said, raising his glass to the United Kingdom. I'm not going to read Chapter 9, guys, but Chapter 9 is called Fortifications. So with Chapter 9, guys, the main character, Agent 1, takes over the town of Dursby. He basically takes over the governance of the town of Dursby, and they basically take all the debris of broken buildings and they make defence walls. They basically turn the town into a fortification. They know the invasion's coming, so they basically turn the town into a living barricade. They use anything they got their hands on, like bricks, chairs. They make a barricade. They made a barricade out of stone. They use like cement mixers and everything. They generally build their own defense walls. It's a crazy idea, but yeah. Doing whatever they can, they take over the town and they turn the town into a living castle. It's basically, but the whole town becomes a fortress. And prompted defenses. Yeah, they use They use cement, broken bricks, broken debris, whatever they can get their hands on, and they basically turn the town into a living fortification. But ironically, because this book is split into two. The Attack from Space, Dawn of Planets, The Attack from Space, and Vengeance is a split story, and the joke is that the Zarodians do the same thing in the second story. They do the same thing. They build their own defense walls when the humans start to try and fight back, and that's sort of the joke. That's sort of like the plot. Like, what the Zarodians laugh at the Dawn. What the Zarodians laugh at the Jeroboam agents for in the Attack from Space, building defense walls. The hyperbole of that is the fact that the Zarodians do the same thing in the second book. So what I will say, guys, is the Attack from Space is more. The Attack from Space is the first part of the war. Dawn of Planets Vengeance is the second part, and it's basically like impromptu defenses. They just use whatever, like bricks. You know, a farmer uses thing. A farmer. Later on in this book, a farmer lures Zarodian soldiers into his farm and then goes and blows up his barn full of fertilizer. So of course he uses his own farm as his fertilizer for his farm and blows a load of aliens up bloody with the farm's fertilizer. I love it. I love the story. One of my favourite lines in it, though, one of my favourite chapters is I don't know whether this is copyright, but I used the football team I support. I used their stadium. As a makeshift hospital. which that's what you would do. I guarantee if we were at war, if there was a war on the streets of the UK, I guarantee we'd use football stadiums as hospitals. So when there's during the Battle of Liverpool in chapter 12, I think. During the Battle of Liverpool in chapter 12 or 13. No, chapter 12, because chapter 13 is called The Night of Dark Times. Chapter 14 is called The Fall of the South. No, chapter 14 is called The Fall of the North. Chapter 15 is called Rise of the South. Because somewhere in that chapter, America lands a small garrison of troops to volunteers, but they get absolutely pummeled. So America pulls the troops out. My grammar's improved. Cool. I've just read out my book. On stream. No, I read the first 8 chapters. Yeah, chapter 9 is chapter 9. Actually, let's just go and do that a second. Where's the home button? View. Navigation. That's what I want. Chapter. Yeah, chapter. Yeah, chapter 13 is called The Night of Dark Times, The Fall of the North, The Rise of the South. Cool. Let me just scroll down a second, guys. Yeah, chapter 16 is called Carter. Chapter 17 is called The Bellborn Initiative. Chapter 18 is called The Nightmare Unfolding. Chapter 19 is called The Verge of the Final Battle. Chapter 20 is called the beginning of the end. We are almost at 8K. Yeah, we're 397 away. Yeah, you guys can find that on Amazon, guys. You can find it on ebook. Or it's cheaper on ebook. It's you can buy it on ebook, or You can buy it on ebook, guys, or paperback. It's cheaper to buy it on paperback because there's no delivery costs. Well, no, actually, if you have Amazon Prime, there's no delivery cost. It's cheaper on ebook because they take less money, so I can make it cheaper. But yeah, it's available globally, guys. That story is available globally. Like you can buy it in India, United States, anywhere. Yeah, I've just finished book 4 of that. I've just finished book 4 of that. I'm currently writing book 5. Well, book 5 is probably not going to be out till like late 2027, maybe 2028. Book 5, I can't tell you the name of because I haven't come up with it yet. So book 2 is called Vengeance. Book 3 is called The Gathering Storm. Book 4 is called One's War. And then I know what book 6 is going to be called. I don't know what book 5 is going to be called, but I know what book 6 is going to be called. Book 6 will be called Aftermath. Just because I like the name. And it is like an aftermath. But yeah, it's something that I'm really interested in, guys. So the main character... Do you guys get the gist? Do you guys get the gist that Agent 1's the main character? Do you guys get the gist of that? That Agent 1's the main character? It's sort of... Yeah, Agent 1 is the main character, but it's an interesting one. This is his younger years. He's only 12 years old in this story. So this is where the fiction part comes in. Like, you wouldn't... A 12-year-old wouldn't generally be an agent. That's where the fiction side of it comes in. But he is a crazy character. Some of the stuff he does... But that's what I like, though. So that the whole point of the whole point of the story, guys, is about growing up. The whole point of the story is about growing up. The main character, Agent 1, the whole thing is about him growing up. So for example, the whole story is really about growing up. So, Agent 1 is 12 in that story. Agent 1 is 12 in that story. Agent 1's 12 in that story. At some point, yes and no. Well, he has sort of, yeah. But it's one of those. His first love is his country. But yeah. But that plays a part in the latest story. That doesn't really play a part in any of the stories that are published at the moment. But in the last story, which I'm planning, because there's going to be a couple more, the last story that's sort of his driving force, is that an idea that I'm going with. I'm going to explain this one, guys, because I don't know if I'm going to go with it yet. But I'll explain with this because I don't know whether I'm going to go with this. In the last story, he brings down a civil war. In the last story, he fights a civil war. So basically, he made a prodigy. He took down the guy that was seen as his protege. He takes down the guy that was seen as his protege for being a dictator, and the only reason he gets involved is because they hang his girlfriend. The only reason the main character, Agent 1, comes out of retirement in the last story to go and fight to bring down a dictator is because the last thing he said to his girlfriend was that he loved her, and then she was hung by then hung by the government. So the whole point of his last story is that he's really getting vengeance he's really getting vengeance by the fact that they killed his girlfriend. And that's something I don't know whether I'm going to do that, but that's sort of my driving point for the last Dawn of Planet story. The last Dawn of Planet story, he only gets involved because they murder his girlfriend. It makes for a strong motive, but yeah, the whole point of the Dawn of Planet series, though, eventually it gets darker because as he gets older, he does have darker motives. The whole point is the main Agent 1 is not a hero. The whole point is Agent 1 isn't really a hero. He's more of an anti-hero. He's more of a vigilante. You know, he does whatever it takes to make sure that the people around him win. You make a penguin, yeah? No, it's penguin. I haven't made a penguin because I was reading out. I was reading out a book that I wrote. I was reading out a book that I have wrote, and I did that. I basically read 8 chapters. Dark Knights. Yeah. I can't lie. Thank you. Yeah, it's actually out on Amazon. I published it last year, so I thought I might do some... Just read it out. Yeah. Initially, you said like Knights. You can see Dark Knights. Initially, the Giabrone Agency was going to fall, and he was going to create something new called the Knights of the New Dawn, which I thought that sounded so cool, but I scrapped that idea. I've scrapped a couple of ideas. Like, sometimes you've got to scrap ideas. But the main character's a bit more like a detective in some cases as well. So in book 4, he spends like a good chapter and a half hunting down a serial killer. How do you do that? I have a lot of good novel ideas, just can't finish them. Probably gonna be like that for sure. Yeah, so I drop ideas sometimes. Sooner or later, we're gonna get a lot more fantasy stuff coming though, because Dawn of Planets is a science fiction fantasy. So you will get more magical sides coming into it. So I have a spin-off coming out next year. I have a spin-off story coming out next year, and that introduces more of the fantasy aspects of the whole plot line. So I'm not just creating a story here. I'm sort of trying to create a culture as well. So it's one of those. Eventually, when the story goes, there's other aspects of the world of this universe you can tell. I like that. That's where I like Tolkien. That's where I like J.R.R. Tolkien. He didn't just create a story. He created a world around. He created a whole world around it. You want to know. You can go off and find out more about you can go off and find more out about the Zarodians and why the Zarodians love conquest. You can go and create a series about why Agent 1 can't remember periods of his childhood. You could do a whole piece on why Agent 1 has visions of people he's never met, of children he's never met. And that's... So, yeah, it's more than the story. So I've got a couple of ideas of where I can expand it. I've got a couple of ideas. I don't know about this, guys, but I have an idea. I have an idea that after the next story, after the last story, Agent 1 could pass the mantle on to his younger brother. You're Agent 1 now. You're the main character. You're the protector of it. You're the great protector. It could just be a title that passes on. It could be a title that passes on for centuries. The Agent 1 has always been the protector. I don't know. I really like the idea. Writing stories is really important. But yeah, so there's aspects that I would love to delve into. I got two like prequel spin-offs that I would like to do. I want to do one about the battle that Agent 1 absolutely got wrong, which they mention in the last battle I led, was a disaster. I've already started writing that, and then there's another bit I want to do, and I want to have those out next year, which I'm probably going to write those. But that's what sort of happens if you get Agent 1, it's Penguin, starts the story locked in a glass cage. Agent 1 starts this story locked in a glass cage, and he escapes from his deranged uncle who's locked his family up. So the whole point is, for 365 days, he's been locked in a cell, being tortured and used as target practice by his deranged cousins. So yeah, technically that does actually happen. So Agent 1 is being hunted. The whole story, Agent 1's being hunted. Agent 1's fighting the Zarodians as head of the Jobber agents, whilst trying to keep a low cover, because his uncle is still trying to find him and shove him back in a glass cage. It's crazy. This actually came from a dream I had about someone running away from an evil uncle that has locked him up. But yeah, you can buy it globally, guys. You can buy it globally. So it's gonna be Book 4 comes out next November. Comes out in November 2026. Book 4 is the longest story. It's 77,000 words. So it's about 300 pages, but it covers a lot. It covers a lot of stuff. So what I would say to you guys is, Dawn of Planets, The Attack from Space covers July. The Attack from Space covers July to September 2014. Vengeance starts 6 months later in March 2015. Vengeance covers from March to September 2015. Dawn of Planets: The Gathering Storm covers from like early 2016 to 2019 to early 2019, and then Dawn of Planets: One's War covers everything from 2019 to 2021, and then the next book carries on. So basically, you're watching Agent 1's life from when he's 12 years old onwards, really. You're watching Agent 1's life as the leader of the Jobber agents. So you're watching the man that they call the Omni Chaos. You're watching the man that they call him. He has many names. Like they call him like the Great Agent 1. The man with the iron balls is another one. Basically, the whole point is he basically becomes the successor to that Prime Minister. He becomes the successor to that Prime Minister. He doesn't become Prime Minister, but he becomes the successor in terms of that war to that Prime Minister, whereas the Prime Minister was the one stoic and just prepared to die. Whereas after that, Agent 1 takes up that role. Agent 1 takes up that role as being the man that's ready to die. He goes from nervousness. He goes from being scared of getting it wrong to he knows that he knows what he's doing. But I like that. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of storytelling. The whole point of storytelling is you transport someone. So my point here is I'm transporting you guys away from the normal and into the extraordinary. So you're sat there reading and watching this kid that has absolutely nothing left. You're watching this kid that's got absolutely nothing left. He's got no family. He's got absolutely nothing to fight, nothing to lose. And the most scariest person in the world is someone that's got nothing to lose. So that's why Zarod's scared of him. Zarod is scared of him because they know he's got nothing to lose anymore. And the most and take it from me, guys, the most scariest person you can meet is someone that's not afraid of losing. What do you guys think? But yeah, like that is true. Like the most scariest person of all is someone that's got nothing left to lose. And that is Agent 1. Agent 1 has nothing. Oh, they've released the first trailer of the new Supergirl film, James Gunn's the second film. I'm gonna have a quick look at that later on, so I'm gonna put that into my later list to watch. Yeah, they're bringing out films. So basically, I think Supergirl is going to be quite an interesting character in the new one. I'm going to copy that link, put it in my Discord server. Yeah, they have, because the main character has absolutely nothing left to lose. If you have nothing left to lose, you will do whatever it takes. So one of my favourite characters is my favourite character my favourite character to have written in Attack from Space is not Agent 1. It's the Mayor of Liverpool. The Mayor of Liverpool, like that. Every politician in history should be like that. But no politician in history would ever have been like that. And I won't reveal much about that because that's not in that's not in any of the chapters I read. But he was my favourite character to write. But yeah, guys, I'm going to end this stream soon because I've been streaming for 4 hours. But yeah, my favourite character ever to write was a man called Charles Lightcastle. Charles Lightcastle was my favourite character to write because I think he's the bravest. I think him and Ray Finley, two minor characters. I think they're the two bravest characters in that story. Is two men who are very minor. They're literally minor in the grand scheme of things. A man called Charles Lightcastle and Ray Finley. And they are the mayors of Sunderland and Liverpool. And the two bravest, and they're probably the two bravest characters in that story. And they're minor characters. They're hardly anything important in the grand scheme of the story. But they're the bravest character. They're the two bravest characters in that story. They're both prepared. They both know they're gonna die, and yet they don't care. And that's what I like, guys. Who cares about the main character? Who cares about the main character when you've got cool side characters? Sometimes though, like, who's your favourite character? It's like saying who's your favourite character. Normally your favourite character is not necessarily the main character. Hello, Hero by Gamers. Welcome to the stream. Let me just spell that out. But yeah, if you ask someone their favourite character, I guarantee they never say the main character. That makes a story richer. Yeah, it makes the character richer if you got good characters around them. So that's why I like Agent 2 and 3. Agent 2 or 3 I like his handlers. What I will say, guys, is that Agent 2 and 3 are very much like Agent 1's handlers. Like those two rein him in. Those two rein his darker and crazier ideas in. And when he's dark, when he is darker, in the later stories, when he is darker, in the later stories, when he is a darker character, it's because he doesn't have their influence. He doesn't have their influence over certain decisions. And it's like, you know, your best friend, you're a better person when you got your friends around you. You're a better person when you got your friends around you. So when Agent 1 doesn't have his friends around him, that's when he makes darker decisions. You know, he has to make... Well, sometimes you have to make darker decisions. But... You know, it's always better if your friends are around you. And that was the whole point with that story. With that, Agent 2 and 3 are Agent 1's closest friends and allies. They are his most trusted allies. Are you playing an SMP or something? No, I'm playing my Minecraft world, but I'm talking about a novel I wrote. So yeah, Agent 2 and 3 are Agent 1's handlers, really. They basically ground him, and they sort of guide his crazier ideas. And they're basically, even though that he's the head of the JOB1 agency, every decision ever made has their input. Every decision ever made has their input on it. As he basically says they're the lieutenants. 2 and 3, even 2 and 3 are second in command, third in command, but really they are lieutenants. They are the voice. They're us. They're the voice and ears. They're the voice and ears of the public, of us, guiding Agent 1 on this journey. It's I love it. I love writing stories, guys. Maybe I should write a bit tonight. I don't know though. Yeah, I wrote a little bit, but I'm writing a horror story at the moment. But I might switch to writing book 5 tonight. Book 5 is a bit more political, though. Book 5 is a little bit more political because the main character there's a war broke out in the end of book 4, guys, and the main character is basically fighting other people that are trying to force him to. The main character, Agent 1, is trying to fight other people who are trying to force him to go to peace with one of the most evil people in the galaxy. One of the most evil characters the most evil character in the whole galaxy. They're convincing him to basically accept a peace deal and watch half this galactic union fall apart. They're trying to force him to give up half this galactic union. He won't do it because he won't sacrifice their lives. He won't watch other people be left to torment and death. So it's at the start it's quite a political narrative because he's basically fighting career politicians that basically are trying to curb their way. They don't like that a non-politician has somehow managed to get the top job. Or that you've got career politicians that think that will chop and change, and the main character is basically he's basically us, guys. He's basically us. He holds the politicians to accounts. the idea is that the idea, of course, is the main character becomes the politician. The main character becomes the leader that we always wanted him, that we've always wanted. We want someone that cares deeply with what's going on, cares about what's going on, cares about the people, that will always stand on the side of the people. He's basically the leader that we all deserve. He's basically the leader we deserve. So there's a little bit of political messaging in it, but no political messaging in a way, because I hate political messing when it doesn't make sense, but if it's in the story, it makes sense, and I like it. So there's a Doctor Who episode. There's a Doctor Who episode from 2005, and it's really a joke about. It's really an episode which they've written an episode, and it's meant to be about Iraq, about what America did in Iraq. So these aliens take over Downing Street and claim that there's an alien mothership with great weapons of mass destruction, and the United Kingdom stands below the belly of the mothership. And a nuclear strike would destroy the mothership and bring down the aliens. Of course, the UN goes to vote. And the whole thing's a lie. But the whole thing is based on the fact that George Bush lied about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. It's interesting, but that's how they did it. It's good. It is actually a good episode. It's just it was on the nose. Back in that day, back in them times, it was on the nose. But it gave rise to one of my favourite characters in Doctor Who, Harriet Jones. Such a good character. It gave rise to one of my favourite characters. She became the Prime Minister in Doctor Who. Harriet Jones, the leader of the UK until the Doctor brought her down 6 months late in an episode 6 months later. Harriet Jones was the Prime Minister of Doctor Who. She was the in the episode of Doctor Who, they mention it. Harriet Jones, the Prime Minister of the UK. What was it they say in Doctor Who? Future Prime Minister. Leader of Great Britain for 3 successful terms. The architect of Britain's golden age. Harriet Jones, former future Prime Minister. Leader of Britain for Prime Minister for 3 successful terms. The architect of Britain's golden age. So she would have been Prime Minister in Doctor Who from 2006 to 2021. But she pissed off the Doctor in the Christmas special and he deposed her, so it ended up, he changed history. So then he changed history and brought her down, which inadvertently he put the Master as Prime Minister because of him deposing her. But she's an interesting one. I based the Prime Minister Cornelia Mindrison on partially on a bit of Harriet Jones. She, in the Doctor Who episode, she missiled a ship down. Still shocked about Cornelia. Yeah. But then that's the thing though. I quite like the idea sometimes of decentralizing the viewer. Destabilizing the viewer, so you didn't expect it. So I read one chapter. I read 2 chapters, so that proves it was good writing. That proves it was good writing though, because you've already you fell in love with that character. You fell in love with the concept of that character in 2 chapters, only for her to die at the end of chapter 6. So it proves that it was written well. It proves it was written well. Literally, you meet her in chapter 5. You meet her in chapter 5, and you're already sad by her death in the end of chapter 6. And then you get Barnesfield, who is basically the same person. You get Barnesfield, who is the same sort of person, but more conservative minded because he's a member of the opposition party. Who is Prime Minister? Who is also a great Prime Minister. Hello, Marianne MC Murdo. Welcome to the stream. Oh, sorry, my nose. But yeah, but that proves it was good writing. Then that proves that the writing. It proves that it worked. It worked. It worked to treat them. What happened worked to treat them. Minecraft is Z16. I wanted to create a character that people would fall in love with and then get heartbroken by. It was just an experiment. But it's also as well, I drew inspiration in what the Germans thought in the Second World War. So Hitler thought that FDR dying would basically collapse the Allies. Yeah, Hitler thought the death of FDR would collapse the Allies. So I drew inspiration from that, and basically that's what Zarod thinks. Zarod thinks that the United Kingdom's morale would collapse, and that the United Kingdom would fall to the Zarodians with the death of Cornelia Mendrizin. But the death of Cornelia Mendrizin just goes and makes them more. It just improves their morale, makes their morale even stronger. But then, the president of the United States dying is a bad. So it rallied the humans. Yeah, it rallied the people of the UK. You know, America started sending ammunition to try and help. But then, in the end, it also caused bad things, because America sending the ammunition also resulted in they murdered the US president. And then everybody in the presidential line of succession dying ended up, they put a bit of an idiot in power. Hello, Bite Rush. Welcome to the stream. It ended up that because of obviously the Prime Minister dying, it ended up they killed the US president. And the US president dying resulted in the America in the story electing an idiot. But that's what America would do. America in a time of crisis would put the loudest voice in. They would put the loudest voice in, but then they would put in the best candidate for the possible job. So that's the joke. They put in that's the joke. They put in a military general. That's basically his first press conference is basically him saying that about American muscle, about they can fight a Britishman, they can fight a Britishman. They might be able to fight a Britishman, but they can't fight an American man. And then, of course, American muscle. And then that's when the Agent 1 goes and says, American muscle my ass. The British man the American man is much better than the British man. He went, well, quite the opposite. A British man thinks before he drops a nuke. But it is true. That's what America would do. If the American president was to be killed by an alien, the first thing America would do was nuke the alien. They would. Because in every film they do it. In every single film, America nukes the alien. Some POMUS stuff. I don't even know what POMUS means. Oh, pompous. Oh, yeah. Yeah, effect and solemn or self-important. Yeah, how's your day been? My day's been really good, Bite Rush. How's yours? We've just read out a bit of my novel, The Attack from Space. Dawn of Planets, The Attack from Space. We read out the first couple of chapters. Well, I read out the first 8. I read out Darkness Ascending. We read out Darkness Ascending. Hello, Egg. Welcome back. We just finished reading. We read the first 8 chapters. We read Darkness Ascending, The One Who Mattered, JOB1, The Voice from Space, The Mendrizin Appeal, The Attack, The Passing of Mendrizin, And then Barnesfield. I would not be surprised if a US leader tried to nuke invaded aliens. Because that's the joke. In book 3, the UK is rivaling the United States as like leader of the free world, and that's sort of a joke that basically they can't do anything. That if somebody wants to nuke someone, they have to go to Britain or America. That's all right. I probably will end the stream soon because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. But yeah, in book 3, the UK and the US are basically rivaling each other as the like, you know, the leader of the free world. They call so it's like the British Prime Minister and the American President are basically both called the leader of the free world. I'm clocking in on that shit. Yeah, so there's a joke in it. There's a joke in book 3 actually of Agent 1 and the Jaguar agents decide to piss off NASA. So halfway through the book, they decide to put a man on Mars just to piss off NASA. NASA make a statement that they can put a man on Mars by 2045, and Agent 1 turns around and goes, well, I can do it better, and he turns around and puts one on them. He puts the JB1 put a man on Mars in JB1 put a man on Mars in 2016, and just they do it 30 years old earlier than. They do it 30 years earlier than NASA probably could do it, and that was the whole point. They wanted to piss off NASA for a comment they made. NASA makes a comment that GRB1 wasn't a real organization, so they turned around. So the chapter's generally called Redcoats to Mars, because that's what America called Redcoats. So the whole point of Redcoats to Mars is Agent 1 does it just to piss off NASA. He does it just to piss off the space corporations. He basically proves what they've wanted to do for 50 years, he does it in 6 weeks. And I'm like, I kind of like that though. But that is kind of a thing. Like, all the space corporations say they want to do this stuff, but they never actually get around and plan it. They never get around and do it. So the whole joke is that he goes and sticks a man on Mars. He goes and sticks a man on Mars. Goes and sticks a man on Mars, literally. They go and stick a man on Mars. Oh. They go and stick a man on Mars just to piss people off, and I love that idea. I think it's funny. There some bits I write in. Me and Joe are besties. I mean, everyone's good on this stream. Everyone loves each other on these streams. I probably will end this stream, guys, in a minute. As it stands, guys, we're 390 away from hitting 8k. I don't think we're going to hit it by my birthday, guys, because my birthday is literally in like 16 days. I don't think we're going to hit it then. But I think we're close. We might not hit it by my birthday, but we might hit it by we might hit it by early January. That would be lovely. Yeah, so thank you everybody for watching this stream today. You will never end stream. Well, I'm going to end this stream in a minute because I need to eat something. Thank you everybody for watching this stream. My name's Clement of Joe, and I've gave you 8 chapters today, guys. I gave you 8 of my 20 chapter books, so I gave you a lot. It's giving me an NHS advert. Stay well this winter. Thank you, I will. Well, I will, but I might need to loosen this belt because this is cutting into my stomach. discussing the concept. You're welcome, guys. I always know why I've written something, so yeah, feel free to ask me, guys. So yeah, Agent 2 and 3 are us. Are basically the audience. They're basically there to rein in Agent 1 and stop his darker ideas. Because they always say, you know, you always think better when you got your friends around. You always think better when you got your friends around. And that's the whole point. Agent 1 is makes his darker decisions when he's alone. And I wrote Agent 1 as a synonym for loneliness. He struggles to trust people. There's a genuine line where he says something along the lines of, "There's only 4 people. You are aware there's only 4 people I trust." Have a great day, Minecraft C16. Thank you very much. That's really kind of you. Yeah, have a great rest of your day, Egg. Thank you for watching the live stream, and everybody else that's watched this live stream today. I will end the stream, so thank you for watching, and I will see you all in the next one. Thank you for watching, guys, and I'm out. Boom.